Hello, viewers and listeners. Jordan here, and welcome to Heroes of Thylea, an actual play of D&D 5th edition. Heroes of Thylea is a Lionhead Gaming production of Odyssey of the Dragon Lords, an epic adventure book for 5th edition created by Arcanum Worlds. It blends classic fantasy with Greek mythology to create an adventure of epic scope, storytelling, and heroes, combined with my own changes to create something unique and wonderful that I hope both you and my excellent cast of close friends enjoy. And so with that, I would like to give my close friends a chance to introduce themselves and their characters.
Hey everybody, this is John, he/him, and I play Mercury, the Siren demigod sorcerer. And well, Mercury's from a very unique place, a place that nobody can seem to recall, a place where he was once a prince, and he's traveled around this world trying to figure out what happened to his home island. He met some crazy adventurers along the way. He seems to always like to bring joy and happiness to everyone around him.
Hello, I'm Brendan, he, him, and I play Sophia, the Stygian philosophy wizard. We are all just pawns in a game of which we do not understand the rules.
Hey, I'm Kishi. I play Bartholomeos, the Minotaur Herculean Barbarian. May the Ancient Ones watch over you.
I'm Nick, he, him, and I play Theamos, the human dragon lord paladin. Okay, Sophia. What's irritating, doesn't go away, and makes you miserable? A lich. Get it? Because it's a play on It's Your No Fun. Mercury would have laughed at that joke.
Hi, I'm Nikki, they, them, and I play Imperia, the nymph Amazonian ranger. Dragons. There's just such awe-inspiring creatures.
I'm Mel, she, her, and I play Nyx, the nymph prophecy cleric.
I've spent centuries asking questions, and the only ones who have ever answered me are the stars.
Hey, how's it going? I'm Peter, my pronouns are he, him, and I play Trace, the human hoplite fighter. Remember what has been lost. Fight for what hasn't been.
And with that, an announcement in that John will not be joining us, though, for this session this week, as he has pressing family matters to attend to. And in his stead, Brendan will be controlling Mercury and hopefully walking us through the recap for this week. So without further ado, Monsieur Brendan.
Howdy ho, everybody. So last time on our adventures in Thylea with our chosen, we just got done clearing out the strange forge of the mithril mine, just trying to relight its flames so that we could gain access to its mythical properties, allowing us to reforge relics of old. But after we got done slaying the beast inside, it was finally time to leave and actually find these relics that we would need the forge for. And as we left, we realized something. The strange ichor that seemed to have been the cause of the death of the Cerberus originally had changed ever so slightly. What we saw before, this horrible chasm of what looked like something ripping through the earth, possibly, in the ceiling, it was now open, or maybe just daylight had come to the rest of the world and now we could see throughout. As we saw, this chasm under the ground actually reached up to the surface. Not thinking much of it, we continued our exit, but very quickly found that we saw the other side. Not something that was there at our entrance, which is strange to say the least, as it seemed like the Cerberus hadn't died that day, but it seemed like whatever caused that hole may have been roused to action from our presence. As it seemed like the mountainside itself had ruptured a bit. Best estimations was about under that chasm, as it seemed like whatever caused this horrible blackened starry ichor to spill out on the land had escaped from that place. And as we made our way back, crossing the river once again, talking to Meneus, our little watchman that we left behind to watch for the horses, he told a tale of a strange, gigantic bat creature that seemed to have ripped itself out of the mountain and flown northwestward. not exactly sure what it aims at us or what even it is, we were simply left with a mystery and no real way of gaining answers. So we decided to pack our things and head back to town to try to see if find our good friend of the gods to see what the next step is on our journey here to get weapons and the armaments we need to fight the Titans. As we did, we traveled a bit and seemed like one of our little passers on, I guess, our little stowaways that Mercury brought with us, gave us a little bit of a message. The small bird that was the embodiment of a goddess pulled his attention in one direction and actually pulled us off the road to where we met a strange group of individuals. It seemed like a picnic of sorts, or a barbecue was set up in the woods, a party, a feast, as we ran into quite a few different people, seemed to just be lost in merrymaking. It seemed very many of them themselves were not human, of all sorts of races of this place, but most notably the satyrs, as one specifically seemed to have caught our eye that greeted us. One that very quickly revealed that she was more than just a simple inhabitant of this world. It seemed like she had a connection to the goddess that rode along with us and invited us cheerfully into their midst. She regaled some of us of long lost stories, in particular, some that had to do and sort of spoke to Mercury and his tale of the Lost Island. We enjoyed ourselves a bit, some more inclusive than others, and eventually came down to rest, as in the morning, some of us were left little presents. Sophia left a small goblet that allowed one to drink without getting drunk. Mercury given a strange jug that could fill with all forms of alcohol and maybe other liquids that one might need. And Mercury also received, I guess the night before, if I'm remembering right, a gift from the goddess that he revered, a strange instrument of sorts that apparently to Mercury was built in a strange way as it was meant for someone with wings. Oh, he wasn't given that. The goddess played that. He was given another instrument of strange make, a mix between a pan flute and a harmonica. It seems something that harbinged from his hometown, possibly something that he was very familiar with, and this one more particular than others, enchanted with quite powerful magics that he could call upon that might be able to help him in his journey ahead. After that, we woke in somewhat of a groggy state. Some of us, a little bit more than others, as we had to set off again back towards town. Our little vacation, our respite out in the woods over, as we made our way. But as we started to approach the mountains, we saw a scene. Not quite to where we fought the centaurs, but still upon the same road. Now we see blood staining the soil again, as it seems like some men had fallen, but not to satyrs. It seemed like, well, maybe about the same size, but this time instead of the top half of a man, it was replaced by that of a strange eagle or bird creature, large wings with the bodies of lions, as it seemed like the ever fabled griffins had set upon some armed individuals, but they did not fare too well. And now we find ourselves hesitantly standing before these creatures. They didn't seem to strike out at us yet, but well, many of us know of the ill temper of the griffins. Sure,
Indeed.
sure I missed some parts.
Well, only a few. It's fine. It's fine. I mean, unless, of course, you want to go back.
2 weeks ago, I don't know.
Also, wonderfully, the centaurs that Theamos went out of his way to make sure got safely out of the mithril mines were able to regroup with their Arisian scout cavalry group and were invited to the celebration in the woods as well, even going so far as to, well, in Theamos' case, enjoy one of their one of them and company for the evening, and also meet Commander Ionthe of this scout cavalry. Perhaps an ally or friend or just a familiar face to run into again in the future. But with that,
Forgot
though,
Theamos did dick down a couple of the satyrs. Centaurs. Dick down some
Centaurs,
satyrs.
yes, he did. Some
the most
satyrs, yes.
Most of the important part about the whole thing. Some satyrs.
It's a very, very important distinction.
It was all blur. He doesn't know. Just combine them two. They're satyrs. It's fine.
He made sure to hold on to the gemstone egg so that it was watching the whole time. It was great.
Yep. Scarred for life.
With that, your mythic inspiration will reset and be set to 1. As indeed, we do come back to a quite grisly scene. An overturned and ripped through horse, a hoplite, armor rent in much the same way. Theamos making an approach on his magnificent war drake, and it seems like calling on the ire of the griffins in front of him. Bringing us on over. Leave with Theamos approaching. It seems like the two griffins on the road seem to sort of back up a bit and sort of spread their wings over to their sides, making themselves look much larger and much more imposing, seeming to try to perhaps intimidate what they believe to be another predator or a scavenger trying to get in on their meal. With sort of harsh clicks and the scrape of claws against what looks like a sort of gravelly and stony road. What do you all do?
At the end of my the last session, I had used my channel divinity to see into the future. I already rolled my portent dice, but do you want me to roll them again for this session?
Do you still have the record of the old portent dice?
Yes, I do.
Then go ahead and keep those.
Theamos is going to follow suit, and as they spread their wings, Theamos is going to spread his arms on both sides, just shield on one hand, sword in the other, and just try to make himself look bigger like they're doing, try to intimidate them to fly away.
You can see them in response seeming to sort of puff out their chest and stand their heads a little bit higher. One of them sort of taking off just ever so slightly with a single puff of the wing, just about maybe a foot off the ground with a single flap, and just seem to look you up and down and then look past you as well. Before you hear this sort of sharp chirp come out of its mouth, and the chirp be reiterated by the one to its left, and then you hear another chirp and another chirp from up the hill.
There's more.
4 of them, it seems.
As it seems to now push itself a little bit forward and then land again. And looking towards you, Theamos sort of cocks its head to the side, one of the eyes looking right at you, before taking in a deep breath and positioning itself nice and low to the ground, keeping its wings folded in, almost as if one were about to sprint on a track. What do you do?
Look back at the group. Does it look like everyone's like ready to fight? Try to run away or try to be nice?
So you turn your head away from him?
Yeah.
The second you do that, you hear the scrape of claws and the thrust of wing as the scene seems to leap out at you. As I would need you all to roll me some initiative.
You turn your head as you see Mercury slinking back into the group and dropping down on the ground.
No, it's fine. You can stay 10 feet up in the air, nice and alone and vulnerable. You guys can go ahead and add yourselves to the combat tracker.
Oh god, how do I do this feeling. Oh yeah, you gotta click the toe. Okay.
Sad.
You and you. Man, look at them rolls. Mmm, spicy.
We're rolling such good initiative today, guys. Mercury's the only one with decent initiative.
Right. Have fun, Brendan. I believe in you.
What do you do, Mercury?
He's a
He's your
sorcerer,
standard,
right?
stock standard sorcerer. It's fine.
Let's see.
Does Silvirix go on Infuria's turn or have his own turn?
If you're mounted, I think same turn.
That would make sense.
Sort of depends on how you're using them.
Yeah, because I think if they're really intelligent, they can have their own turn.
Basically, do you want to use his movement as your movement? If you do, then it's basically he just doesn't really have a turn. If you're just sitting on him and letting him do whatever the fuck he wants, then he rolls his own initiative.
Yeah.
I see.
But like with Find Steed, it like lets them attack as a reaction or something.
Something like that.
Perfect.
Maybe good.
Is it
They're
only when
just
you're off them they can attack?
It's basically just they're really smart, and you have a psychic connection to them, so you can basically just tell them what to do all the time anyways, so there's no reason not to just let them run around and attack things. But it does mean if you're running on it, their movement's not on your turn, so you gotta plan out your shit a little bit better.
Yeah.
Because like, if you intend for your dude to attack and you're on your mount and it comes to your turn, you gotta get off your
You're
mount.
not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, that was like the disparity between like Ivar and fucking Gregory.
Yeah.
Ivar was always mounted. Hoist didn't do nothing except moved around.
You can
90
do
feet
one
of
or the
movement.
other.
Versus Gregory's mount, the hoist, which just hoofed people to death because it was independent.
Yep.
You're doing an Ivar where you're cavalry, or you tell your hoist to go fuck off and do what he wants. You have the pros and cons, and it depends on what you want to do.
You certainly should roll initiative anyways, just in case you do dismount. Because if you do dismount, he'll have to have an initiative anyways.
Wise.
Yeah, go ahead and put your Drake on there as well, just in case. Nick. Yeah. And then Bart, yeah, be sure to actually hit the die in the initiative, so you actually roll initiative. There we go. Hey, 15. Hey, look at you.
Nice.
Oh, did Mercury already bless?
Yes, he
Yeah, I
did.
was gonna ask that. Are we all blessed?
Yeah.
I believe he did.
Yeah. I think he did it
I thought that
literally when
was
like
this
Theamos
flying.
moved up.
Are the
I can't remember who he
icons so
blessed, though.
cute?
Last time, so we're already marked.
Yeah. I took it off himself because I thought that was just his flying thing. How do I take this 10 feet off of him?
You right click and it's like the little 10 in the top left that shows us flight height.
Oh. Nope. That's nope.
That's
I
cheating.
didn't want to
You're
add
a
a
cheater.
0.
Oh, I didn't realize they would do that. Hold on.
Also, you're cheating. Stop it. Yeah, I have
I didn't know that worked.
I have height dependent walls. Found you, baby. Let's see here. All right, cool.
I didn't
As
see anything. If that was the problem. Didn't see about that far.
yeah, you'd be able to see over the cliff if you were high enough. Where'd the initiative tracker go? There you are. All right, who's at the top? You are. All right, and so with that sort of like Theamo sort of turning back, looking towards the rest of his allies, you can see and hear that shift out of the corner of your vision, and all of you seeing the griffin seem to sort of just leap towards him. The second a moment of weakness is shown, taking advantage of it, like any good predator would, and seeming to spring towards him, but almost with impressive speed and prowess, something much larger just seems to flap down with a terrible screech off the top of the cliff. Monstrous wings and gigantic talons coming sweeping down towards Theamos just from out of sight. The second this thing takes to the air, you can see it, and it is huge. Rippling muscle underneath fur and a host of scars and rent like feathers. This thing has seen its fair share of would-be heroes and seems to be quite apt at dealing with them as this massive griffin descends upon you, Theamos.
He's a big boy.
It's a big burb.
And descending down onto you, you can see its talons outstretched towards you, almost seeming to intend to just rip you off of your drake itself. Seemingly used to dealing with things on horses. As... I'm gonna need an athletics or acrobatics check from you, my friend. As it is trying to grapple you.
Let's see. Not sure how strong this creature is as it seems to flow towards Theamos. He just feels this sensation from his brain just kind of pulse throughout his body, enhancing his strength even more than normal as he will do a side boosted ability.
Hey.
Oh, only one. 20.
All right.
Your side thing go down?
Nope, it only goes down if I roll max. It goes up if I roll minimum.
Ah, that's right. It's the opposite. Gotcha.
Right. 20 versus... let's see how the alpha does. Oh, I'm still set to self-roll. Yeah. Public. Hey, there you go. 13, as it just seems to clamp down on air, only just getting towards just a little bit of you as you wrestle your arm free. It seems to sort of shift itself up in the air. It is going to move. It is currently 15 feet above you now, seeming to move quickly out of your striking range without really leaving a moment for you to strike back. Yes. Let me do the... No, that's only... Okay, never mind. Cool. As... Hey, Bartholomeos, it comes to you.
All right. I'm gonna quickly run over here. Right, try and provide some assistance. As soon as I figure out how to move them.
Need to have the selecty thing selected, not the measuring tool selected.
Thank you. I go over there and I get right underneath. Jesus Christ, this thing. Okay, I get right underneath it and I jump up to try and reach its talons to grapple him.
I like it. I think you can more than easily jump the difference in height there with you being like 8 feet tall. You can extend another half to 12, and then your jump should easily get you up, I think, to be able to get with him with a single hand, right? So give me an athletics check as he is going to try to kick you off of him.
Okay.
Ooh. 25. Ooh, rolling terribly. Grab a hold of him. You see the wings flap and then just crumple in, and he gets yanked down by your heavy weight, brought down to the ground with a thunderous clap onto the earth. Wings beating against dirt and sending fallen leaves everywhere. As he's going to take a little bit of falling damage too. Yeah.
Is he a huge boy?
Yeah, I'm wondering, am I able to pull him down and knock him prone, or is he too big?
You can grapple. I thought you could
medium creature
grapple
versus a huge creature.
Yeah, I thought you had a feat for that, though, didn't you?
I got like 2 sizes, I think, higher than me. But I'm like a medium dude, even though I'm big as hell.
It's probably huge, huh?
Precocious.
Above average.
Yeah, you're capable of grappling and shoving creatures that are up to 2 sizes larger than you, and he is huge, but that's still within 2 sizes.
There you go.
And,
So yeah, I try and bring him down to the ground and knock
he
him on the
comes
floor.
crashing down onto the ground. Just I think because of the positioning, give me a just a minor dex save.
Dex, sure.
As he's sort of falling on top of you, pulling him down this way.
As you sense the danger. As you sense the danger.
Yeah. No,
You grab hold of him, you realize he's gonna fall on top of you.
Hey.
Hey, 16 more than enough, avoiding sharing in his falling damage, as he takes just 1d6. Yeah. 2 damage. Ow.
But he does fall prone.
He does indeed fall prone.
Yeah.
And now I begin to attack him in hopes of making some chicken nuggets.
Ooh, 25.
Oh, right. It's,
with advantage.
well, it doesn't matter. It's advantage, yeah, okay.
Check for a crit, though. Just roll one more time.
Yeah, same thing.
All right, then give me one more attack roll. We'll make sure to hold shift for advantage. Hey,
that is much better. Yeah.
All right, let's see what we got. 11 plus 12, 23 plus 5, 28 damage on that crit. Nicely done. As your axe bites in, you heave this thing with prowess and ferocity, and you are quite used to cleaving through monsters, but as this thing connects with its flesh, you can feel this sort of just unnaturalness about this creature seem to sort of shrug off your blows, as it seems to be at least somewhat resistant to your non-magical axe.
Okay, I'm done.
Yes. 1 and 5. Yeah. 14.
Oh, I can hit them. Sorry. There you go.
Yeah. As it is not Mercury's turn, but in fact, with a screech and the beats of wing, another griffin descends, this time making a fast beeline towards you, Nyx.
Careful. I have a taste for horses.
Indeed they do.
Is he going to attack?
As, let's see. As its beak seems to strike out at you as it closes in the distance, Nyx.
It rolls a 2.
Chomping in on nothing, seemingly almost like the stars flash in its eyes just before it's about to strike. Missing quite horribly, but its talons reach up and strike out at Octavia.
Oh fuck, what's my goddamn horses? AC.
Probably not 22.
Not that high.
Yeah, not that high. Nope.
As Octavia takes 9 slashing damage, these talons ripping into the side of her. That's
okay, but the horse isn't dead yet.
That boyo. As Mercury, as controlled by Brendan.
Mercury's just going to step past Atreus. Let me see if I can do something here about these birds. Walks up here as he takes out his little whistler, as he just plays this like harsh tone that almost seems to chill the air around him. As you can see across these two creatures on the back here's beaks, it seems like frost starts to form up over their mouths, and he's going to twin cast some frostbite on both of them. So top one, bottom one, both 7 damage. Con saves for both.
13 and 17, shirking off the damage for nothing.
Yeah, no damage, just a cantrip.
Okay.
But the
As you can
top
see,
one
like,
takes 7, and it seems like it starts to freeze his mouth shut as he got disadvantage on his next attack.
Oh, nice. Okay. As he takes 7. You're the one shaking it off as...
He's gonna just sort of back up a bit here, just back behind Inferior. I don't think that's it. Yeah, that's it. As he just holds on to his concentration to his place.
As the griffin, with its beak frozen, is going to... Let's see, as this guy is 5 feet up. Going to move between his allies. I remember there was a way...
Isn't this dude prone right now?
Yeah.
He is indeed.
Okay. It still says plus 15, and so I got confused.
You are right. There you go. Tiny little prone guy. This griffin, with a pain screeched from that cold on its beak, is going to maneuver itself around and between, taking advantage of its full fly speed to try to close the distance on Atreus and Inferior. As lashing out with its beak with disadvantage on Atreus. Roll. Ooh, I doubt an 11 is gonna connect. As its talons swipe out at Inferior.
Uh-oh.
22 connecting with Inferior.
Wait, I'm gonna deny that really quick. It's my brain.
I'm also going to try to strike out at it. Which... Oh god, what is my... Oh, there it is.
Inferior bringing up her
Using
bracers just in time, gaining a nice bonus to her AC, and deflecting that blow. And Atreus...
Wow.
Ooh!
Hey, that's
taking
funny.
advantage of a beautiful opening thanks to his phalanx fighting style.
I suppose I could use like a charge. How does the charge thing work again?
I believe you have to use a bonus action.
Oh, and I had to call it?
Fairly certain.
Okay, that's fine.
Oh no, when you land a successful attack with this weapon, you can expend 1 or more charges to deal additional damage.
Right, because I couldn't find where I put the spear, or the description of it. I keep forgetting like where it is. Yeah, there it is. Hello. Alright, then
character sheets.
I'll expend, I have like 5? I guess I'll expend 1. There you go. As I forgot how our crit rules work.
It's 16,
1 die is
21.
maximized, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, just maximize.
Seems the die got maximized anyways.
So it's our normal homebrew rules, but also you roll the second dice twice. Take the higher.
All right.
Yeah, so in this case, it would just be 8, 8, 5 for 21, plus another 5, because you already have a charge, flame charge in there. All right.
Nice.
It's a lot of damage as the flames leap up this spear, plunging home. Ooh, that is not looking good for him.
Burned.
He screeches out in pain. Let's see. That does not deter the others from aiding, as joining in with a very large one, the one that was poised to strike out at you, Theamos, closes the distance. Beak and claws coming at you. A 20 to hit, and a 23 to hit.
Those will hit.
The beak comes in with a quick strike, followed up quite quickly by the claws from its front lion paws. And one last griffin. Something to fly down. I remember there is a way to do drag measurement, but I don't remember what it is you do.
I think you measure it and then hit the space bar, right?
Well, you would, for tokens, you would hold control and drag out from your token.
That's
you can
what it is.
Yeah. You can left click to create like a pivot point to move it, and then you would hit spacebar
There we
to
go.
have them move.
I knew it was doable. All right, using a little bit of a dash action, this one is going to break the ranks and come crashing down into the midst of you.
How fun.
Itself 5 feet above, just over Kyra, Nyx, and Sophia, but unable to lash out. A mixture of teeth, or beaks, talons, and feathers. Comes to Nyx Wardrake, which is acting on your turn, I assume.
Yeah.
All right, Nyx.
Fuck, that took no time at all, did it? Alright, Nyx is going to conjure out with... Oh, I don't think I can do both of those in my turn. So yeah, I'm going to instead use my... oh, fuck. There's so many of them. Yeah, okay, fuck it, I'm gonna do it anyways. I am going to use my action to cast Spirit Guardians, so that we at least have that up and around us. It's centered on me, then it would be here.
Ah,
Oh,
Jesus.
that's new.
Wow, that's cool.
My horse is going to take the... God, do I move? Do I risk it? Do I move? That's the question. Oh, you know what? I'm just going to reposition my horse slightly better over here. It's a tight squeeze. But that way I can at least move my template and better capture this other griffin. I'm gonna have my horse take the dodge action because we are surrounded by griffins and it's already injured. And
Might get swift at.
oh, by the other one,
Yeah, one right above you.
it's going to. Oh, this one right over here. Fuck. I don't move. I stay there. I just cast my Spirit Guardians and I stay here. With my action, because I don't think I have anything to do on my bonus actions I can remember, so that's going to be it for me.
All right. Spiritual guardians appearing in the starry field beneath, shimmering with light.
Do we have AoE templates somewhere?
Like for pre-measuring?
Yeah.
Do the little 90-degree ruler, and that should give you a couple that you can pre-measure with. In terms of like dragging them out, if that's human.
Yeah, okay.
Inferior.
Yeah. Ivis is gonna go first. He is going to rain iron on this griffin here. Oh wow, go Ivis.
A 23 connects for 4 damage as the pinions slam home into its side, screeching up at it in pain.
And then Sylvirex is gonna go next, striking out with his cloven hooves. Ha!
If it's Sylvirex controlling itself, or are you going to use that as your move?
Under his own power.
Okay, well then it
He
goes
has
on
to go on
its
his
turn.
turn.
It has to go on his turn. That's why he has initiative.
Okay,
Yeah.
right. I forgot about that. I got distracted. I was planning things and I got distracted. Then
No problem.
Sylvirex doesn't do anything. And then Inferior is going to use her bonus action to charge her Fang of Farika with its poisonous power. And then
Hey.
strike out at Mr. Griffin.
Nice. Ooh.
So
Ooh.
the bottom two don't are because they're the Venomous Smite and the Hunter's Mark, so she doesn't get either of those. But he does have to roll the DC 14 Constitution.
Ah, that's right. You're doing the weakening strike, not the big smack, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Gotcha. All right, that will connect. Let's see if he can shake off this poison coursing from the blade. Ooh, with an 8, definitely not going to do it. Does remind me of what the effect is that he has now.
He has to. Let me just read it so that I don't
it's-
mess up. He has to roll a d4 and subtract the number rolled from any attack roll or saving throw they make until the start of my next turn.
That's right, he's baned. All right, cool. As he takes 6 slashing damage from that. You can see its body language sort of shift as it sort of seems to sort of drunkenly stumble almost back and forth as the poison takes hold from this blade of yours.
And then just a last good old Copus strike.
Ooh, not one, seeming to just step back just enough, sort of drunken style almost, an unpredictable movement leading to your blade not finding its purchase.
Alrighty.
All right, Theamos.
Reeling back from the griffin's previous strike, Thymos going to bring his shield up into its body as he causes it to glow brightly as he will cast a shield of faith on himself.
Hey.
And looking at all of his allies surrounded, he's going to look deep into himself and then kind of roar out with this guttural sound as it just seems to be inlaid with the sound of like a dragon or something huge and menacing as he will channel divinity to... That's it. So, I have a lot of stuff on this. Dragon's Wrath. cause each of these griffins to take a DC 14 saving throw or be frightened for 1 minute.
Ooh, nicely done. You can hear this great guttural roar emanate from the depths of Theamos. You can see each one of these griffins seem to sort of cock their heads to the side, taking in this strange sound they don't expect from something so weak, so easily put down. All of them except for the large one on the ground in front of you, this one seeming to almost stare you down in the eye, unable to be frightened. A truly interesting foe. But the other ones do need to make some wisdom saving throws, as the big boy is immune to the frightened condition.
One of them's gonna straight up roll a 10.
Ooh. Well, pick which one.
Pick which one? I'm gonna go for the one that is hovering between me, Sophia, and Kira.
Smart choice. All right. 10 gives him an 11, so he fails. As he is frightened. And these boys... Where is it? There isn't a saving throw for that one. $17 for the top one. For the middle one. Ooh, 17. And for the one next to you.
Well, I have to take him out his D4, right? So he banged.
That's right. So 19 for the one next to you. Bane boy, where is it at?
Gotta roll a 4.
Yeah. Ooh.
So close.
Seemingly almost distracted by the foe in front of it, perhaps just the nearness to death. It's an odd sight, to be sure. Let's see, where is it at? Yeah. As these 1, 2, 3. Yeah, there's 3. Shake it off. All right.
Wait, Virgil!
Increasing your AC and trying to shake fear into these predators, but it seems like the majority of them shake it off. I assume that's it for you?
That's my turn.
All right. Atreus.
1 shot. 2 shot.
Ooh, 11 and a nat 1.
Where's your 3 attacks coming from? Trace over here being level 11 already.
Yeah, I don't think the 22 would come into play, but you are blessed by the might of Mercury, so let me get a D4 for that 11.
Oh, you're right. Oh gosh.
Feel free to plug it
Got my
into
white character sheet.
your special traits if you are currently blessed, so that way it automatically applies it. A 3,
I don't know how
that
to
is
do that.
more than enough. As that'll take it to a 14, connecting for 9 damage. Is that it for you, Atreus?
That's all I got.
All right. Silver X.
No, Silvirix gets to host this dude.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Did that roll? Didn't.
Hoof 'em. Look at you. Oh my goodness gracious. As that will soundly connect as how does Silvirix want to kill this griffin?
It's what, like 28 damage? Pretty good.
Yeah.
There you go.
Have you ever heard an elk cry? You know that like long kind of bellowing sound they make?
I can imagine.
He does that and rears up and then just comes down from this thing. striking out.
Bellowing cry, both hooves smacking into the head of this thing, as you can hear with the second smack, this sort of wet and crunching crack as this thing lolls back and collapses onto its side, quite soundly dead.
Done, Sylvaris.
Yes.
Pat.
Which griffin are you? You're that griffin. You're dead now. All right, Silverx moving and taking you with you anywhere?
Nope, he is going to stay right there. The kind of prepares.
Gotcha.
Not that that actually means anything, but.
All right, Sophia, this griffin flapping its wings just above you, keeping its eyes trained on you. What do you do?
Sophia, this thing sort of flapping above her, puts her arm up to defend herself. She just takes a couple steps back, away from this thing, and staying within its claws and such, but just sort of getting a better angle on all this thing, and starts to, if I can move her, there we go. Starts to conjure up a little bit of magic in her hand, but waiting until this creature in front of Nyx seems to start to be cut up by her strange star magic. As you can see, she raises up a hand as it seems like this dark gray matter is starting to form in the palm of her hand and actually turn into this small orb, almost the size of a baseball. As that's her turn.
All right. Taking a moment to concentrate on that magic as you ready it. Let's see. And we come back around to the top of initiative with the big boy, still held on to by Bartholomeos. Let's see here. As yeah, it is just going to try to position itself and try to cut into you, Bartholomeus. With a beak and 2 claw attacks. This thing moving with impressive power and speed. It is seemingly all concentrated on offense. Not any armor, really a tough hide beyond its strange magical composition. But it is very powerful and very quick as the beak comes lashing out.
Disadvantage.
That's right.
Hey, nice.
And 2 claw attacks as well. As I think none of those will connect, seeming to scrabble up against the ground in a unfortunate position for itself.
The knock prone and grapple. It's a timeless combo.
Mm-hmm.
As Bartholomeos, this large predator, seeming to be at your mercy, what do you do?
Yeah, I'm kind of like, just have my hand holding him down, and I'm just gonna bring my axe down on his head 2 times.
With advantage. Ooh. Both of those connecting.
Quite skirmy.
With your axe still not biting as deep. This thing seems to be tired of you holding on to it. Anything else?
No. I'm gonna continue to try and keep it down.
Right. This one, starting its turn, needs to give Nyx a wisdom saving throw.
Mm-hmm.
What does your thing look like? It's like stars, right?
Yes, it's like a pool of black just comes out from Nyx's feet and surrounds us, and it's like glittering like stars. So it very much looks like the oozy, starry blackness that we saw back at the Mithril Forge.
This thing tries to fight off the magic the Nyx has in place. I release mine as well as this orb in my hand starts to drift up into the air. Tell yourselves, why are you here? Why is this happening? Why? As these blackened tendrils seem to strike out, seeming to weave around Kira, Nyx, and Octavia to strike these things in the side of the head, as I'm casting some Firo.
Ooh.
As they
And
both need
that's...
more wisdom saves.
And the
Ooh.
griffin's going to take
12
12
damage.
damage.
Your GM rolled your damage.
No, it should have been me.
I got question
No, you
marks.
Yeah, you had it set to private GM roll.
Oh,
you
god damn it.
As rolled a 24 for damage, it'll take half, and then needs to give you a wisdom saving throw for the fear, along with the one I assume in front of you as well.
Yeah. Seems like these tendrils just whip out in every direction in front of me, but strangely avoiding two buddies. 16. What is my save? 17?
Yep, 16.
Indeed.
Where the
Yeah,
fuck
DC
is the
16.
save? Oh, it's at the bottom. Yeah, so the one of them makes it. Everyone rolled that.
Hover over the one in front of you. The one lashed up by the spiritual guardian, seeming to be shaken to its core, though. This strange question reverberating in its mind. Yes, let's see.
Has to immediately use its action or its reaction to flee as far as it can.
That's good shit.
Does it?
Oh, not a reaction. Never mind. It's on its turn, but it is its turn, so it has to do it now. That's what I knew it had to do it now. For some reason, I thought it was a reaction, but it has to immediately use the dash action to move as far away as possible.
All right. Indeed, it does. Where you at? Yeah. Flying up and away, but it's not high enough.
And one should not return for a while.
Fly
Thank
80
you,
feet
Sophia.
up and 80 feet away.
As it can repeat its save and throw if it's out of line of sight of me, although if it's up in the air, I can probably still see it. It can probably still see me.
Attack of opportunity.
Horse can kick it.
Even my horse was taking the dodge action?
Sure, it's got a reaction.
Yeah. Have Octavia buck up and attack.
Hey.
Yeah.
Bloody
Revenge!
party gift, but a party gift nonetheless, as that will connect. 8 damage, as it seems to still fly away as fast as it can.
Assaulted by starry spikes, hooves, and Sophia's terrifying magic.
Indeed. As Mercury, it comes to you.
Oh no, why do my turns have to be back to back? Fuck.
Aw.
Yeah, but they held in action.
Yeah. Mercury is going to just call upon a bit of magic and this thing in the midst of us. As it doesn't look like it's shaking its boot from Theomos's roar, does it?
I believe actually
I
that might
can't
be. Let's see. Nyx is kind of sort of. Yeah, actually, that is the one that is frightened. Indeed.
Hey.
As it seems to be averting its gaze away from Theomos, just focusing down on you.
Already seems to be shaking in its boots. Yeah, Mercury's gonna just fire some bolts at it as Mercury being a little bit safe now. One of these things is pinned to the ground. One of them's scared shitless. The other one's flying off. He's just going to take the sky a little bit, about 10 feet up, and firing a bolt of flame down on the creature in front of him, as he will quicken cast and fire off 2 bolts in the other direction as well. As 3 bolts, one going to each dude. Fire now. He does have quicken and twinned, right? Am I making something up? Twinned, quicken. Okay, good. Alright. Firebolt going to the one underneath us. Pew! And he's blessed, though.
Indeed, let me get that bless.
13.
As that will connect.
Hey, 12 damage.
As the fire whips up inside.
Bolt going at Big Boy with disadvantage because he's on the ground. Is it control?
Yep.
He's still good, though. Ooh, 17.
Indeed, as the 15 almost seems to like not connect, as this thing's flailing, trying to get itself back up on its feet, its large body bringing itself just up enough as poof, it gets connected and lashed in with fire that seems to truly scorch up its fur.
Last bolt going last boy.
He's gonna have a bit of cover, but that will not matter. Able to thread the needle between Theamos, the Drake, Bartholomeos, and even kind of sort of the Big Boy, along with... Oh, are you 10 feet up? Oh, okay. Then you have a nice clear shot. And that will connect for 15 damage. I just looked over and saw that plus 10. I was like, wait a second, when did you take off again?
I said it, I just hadn't updated token yet. He just fires off these beams of fire in every different direction. I'll try to
Scorching Ray when you have meta
magic.
magic.
Huh? What?
I said who needs Scorching Ray when you have meta magic?
Exactly. As that is his turn.
All right. Very nicely done. Yes.
Actually, he's gonna fly around over here, over by Sophia. Getting sort of in this protective bubble that Nyx is creating by strange starry magic.
Indeed. As this one starting up his turn, to make a saving throw. Ooh, 14, not gonna do it. Let me get that Spiritual Guardians.
13 damage.
Ooh. Quite a lot of damage. Still afraid. And seeing such a lightweight target. I need an athletics or acrobatics check from you, Sophia.
Okay, dokie. What am I good at?
Hopefully you can beat a 6.
Hopefully. Hey, as I nimbly dance out of the way a little bit.
This thing trying to grab a hold of you, trying to get some takeaway. You go through the drive-thru of your group and grab some food and run. Unable to, as you duck out of the way quite quickly.
Seems like this strange gray matter over my body that makes up my mage armor seems to just like leave this dust behind as I just dodge out of the way as it just cuts through it. A little bit of smoke coming off.
It's just going to use its speed to try to get out of this horrible bubble of stars. Though it is difficult terrain, but he has a lot of movement, as you should be able to get up to about 30 feet up and get himself out of the bubble now. Stars falling off of him as it sort of screeches and looks around. You can see him sort of turn his head as much as he dares in the direction of Theamos, but more so towards the northwest, screeching out towards the one that seems to be flying away as fast as it possibly can. As he gets just a chirp in response, as come to this one. Seeing the large one scrabble down is what is going to take to the wing and reposition itself, keeping itself, its vision both split on all 3 targets in front of it, making sure not to leave its distance, but to get to the other side, and in doing so, separating away from Theamos at the last moment.
So it does know what I'm range?
No, because you can still hit it from there. So no, it does not.
Yeah, okay.
Repositioning for Bartholomeos as as Bart, you're gonna have a beacon claw coming towards you. First the beak, 10, and then the claws. 13. God, I'm rolling like trash. I did not roll a crit, unfortunately. As a 10 and a 13.
My crit. If I had one.
As neither of those will connect. He's dead. Wardrake still being your Wardrake mobile?
Yeah.
Alright. Nyx.
I'm going to use my bonus action, and from the pool of starry sky beneath us is going to rise up the spear, made from the exact same aesthetic as I'm going to cast my spiritual weapon. If I can find the button! There we go.
Ooh.
And attack this griffin that is between us.
Go ahead and drag out the spear and you get a second.
Yes.
As the 18 will soundly connect for 8 force damage. The spear
high up
pierces
is it?
in. He is 30 feet off the ground.
30 feet off the ground. That's perfectly fine. As I am going to use my action to cast Toll the Dead and try to reach this beast. Nope, that's Sacred Flame. Toll the Dead!
Wait. 16. Nice.
This thing a frightened mess. Actually, when does it get a save? Does it ever get a save? Scrolly.
For Theomos' thing?
Yeah, okay. So let's see with this pain, if it shakes off that fear, as it seems to be almost now flapping out of sync with all of its life being drained away and poked and prodded at from all of this powerful magic. Let's see if it's still frightened of Theomos. Yes, it is. Terrified.
Perfect.
As with 16 damage from that and another 8 from the spear. And then how high did you make the spear up?
I probably put it up. What's its distance? Like 60 feet? I probably put it about 25 up, so it's like right beneath the creature.
Okay.
So it's like it flew up out from the puddle of my spiritual guardian straight into the creature.
Gotcha.
Us.
No problem. All right.
That's going to be it for me.
Inferior.
Yep. Sorry, my aunt and uncle's dog is trying to crawl in my lap. Yeah. Ibis is going to go first. And is going to fly out over here. Oops, that's the wrong tool. Over here.
Hey.
And then rain iron on this dude. Is this dude on the ground or flying?
He is currently on the ground.
It's gonna rain iron on this dude.
All right, pinions coming in. Ooh, not one, unfortunately. This thing seeming to sort of just hear the clink of the metal of Ibis just in time and sidestep the barrage of pinions slamming home into the ground.
Sad. Oh well. And then Amphiria is going to... Yeah. She's going to use her action to charge the Fang of Farika with a venomous smite. So next time she hits someone with it, they will have to make a Constitution save, and if they fail, they'll take 5d6 poison damage.
All right. Calling on the green ichor within that blade. A painful strike, to be sure.
And with her bonus action, she is going to cast Hunter's... Yes. She's going to cast Hunter's Mark on this dude.
All right.
And that is my turn.
Well done. Theamos.
Sorry, it wasn't done. Theramus is going to turn around. Let's see, looking at these two creatures in front of him, he's going to put his hand on the back of Scalos' neck as his mind connects to his wardrakes, as Scalos' eyes will go bright red and his mouth will start to burn with fire as he shoots out two little fireballs at each of these griffins in front of him. He's going to use a bit of pyrokinesis.
Oh yeah. Channeling some of that psychic connection into your Drake and out into the world. With your elemental locus. And we're at the max die size, right? So 7?
Yeah.
Alright, as both of them need to try to get out of the way. This large griffin scrabbling on the ground. Unable to do so, the one standing on its own 2 feet, able to get out of the way in time, as only the big one takes the 7. And you can see his fur and feathers seeming to catch a light or still stay burning with this strange, psychically conjured flame.
That's my turn. Anything I can do as a bonus, actually.
He has a little ongoing fire damage on him. Atreus.
Log. Atreus will. No, I'm on select mode stuff for some reason. Here's the proper one. Atreus will try to throw his spear up at the one in the air. Oh god, I selected everyone. I don't even know how I did that.
I'm sorry, you can just alt-click people and that should unselect them. But go ahead and give me the attack roll.
Now when I click all, like everyone's like hitboxes appear. Right, that's fine. As Atreus will throw his spear up. Ah.
No.
No.
Wait, what? Wait, no, don't attack it. Oh yeah, is it feared? Is that the feared one?
I just don't want you drop Griffin on top of me.
Oh.
A 23 will totally
Kyra could
connect.
take it. Kyra could take it, and so could Nyx. I don't know. I mean,
Disadvantage?
don't they just become objects? Don't you just shoot it out of the sky or something?
Range on your Spearo? I think Spear is just 24 or 2060. Yeah.
Yeah, the
But
Griffin's 30
mine's
feet up.
special. I still don't know where to find like the stuff. Is it the vase or is it the tablet thing?
The tablet
heroes.
thing.
So do you have an ability that makes your spear throw longer?
It is also a war spear, which might have a longer range. I'm checking for him.
Yeah, I
Nope,
assumed
2060.
it did because... No, it is 2060.
Probably still.
Yeah.
Just, you're still blessed also.
How high is it?
30 feet up.
I thought it was like... Oh, it's 30 feet up. I thought it was...
Yeah.
And here's the plus 25. What's that? Is that
The
Kyra?
spear. The spiritual weapon from Nyx.
Oh. Oh,
Yeah.
that's... Oh. Like, yeah. Okay. Then
that
I
spicy
will
second attack roll.
move. Do you guys
God,
need
I fucking
help?
love that Spiritual Guardians.
So flashy. Do you, Theomos and Bartholomeus, do you think you guys got a good handle on that?
We're fine.
Yeah.
Oh.
Theomos and Bartholomeus are just crying in the fetal position. They're save us! Save us!
Ah, one more attack. Because of disadvantage.
All right,
Nice.
23 still
23.
connecting for 12 damage as it had 10 health left. As the spear comes up, plunging into it, and you can see it sort of the force of your throw seeming to sort of turn it from its proper flying position, like as it lists to its side, and then unable to right itself, quickly losing consciousness as it just seems to plummet back first towards the ground. As Nyx, Sophia, and Octavia, I need a little dex save from you.
Oh boy.
Oh, you guys think it fucked anyways.
Death to the
Haha.
horse.
Wrecked. Got him.
It's a simple save, though. Ooh, Nyx
Oh,
is
Nyx.
fucked. Classic Doom.
Oh,
one.
next. Haha. Dun 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 dun.
But Nyx, aren't you blessed?
Yeah,
Oh,
she's
I
not
might
gonna
be.
make it on a D4 though. It's a DC 10. As Octavia and Sophia both getting out of the way in time as this thing comes plummeting down, you can see Kyra just seem to sort of look up at this thing as it's falling, and just you see her just look back down and write something in the scroll that she's taking down notes in, and she just seems to be a square to the left of it.
See the red fire in Octavia's eyes. It kicks off Nyx and falling
Basically.
As Nyx gets clipped by it on the way down.
Does it take me off my horse? That's what makes it like weird
Give
for me. My
me-
horse makes it, but I don't.
Give me a strength save. Try and stay mounted, holding on to the reins.
Maybe you're sick of your shit. You got out.
As you will take.
Maybe your body just blocked it from hitting the horse.
I think that is the DC though for animal handling for not getting knocked off.
Yeah,
I think you have to
10.
make it 10.
Yep. As you were able to stay on, but you do take 10 bludgeoning damage just from this thing cracking into your
What
shoulder
can I
on the way
say
down.
Except.
Um,
Ooh.
Yes.
Are you alright?
Try to refrain from dropping large beasts on top of our hands.
I didn't calculate the trajectory.
Yes, which,
I'm going to keep it in mind.
You're that, Griffin. Haha.
I would appreciate that, Atreus.
The majority of the damage is coming from you guys hurting each other. I love it. Silver X!
Yeah.
As in a superior game, this would be flat-footed, but it's not. So,
Alright, notate it down. Superior game. Interesting, interesting.
20, 25.
Atreus, why did you
Yep.
move there?
You actually lose a trading point?
Where are you going?
Oh,
He's gonna go
over
shake
here.
dude.
Yeah, he's gonna
Okay.
he's gonna fuck up the other griffins so that we can
Okay.
drop them on Bartholomeus too.
Right,
Yeah.
right.
Also,
Alright.
So Vyrix is going to charge this.
Another attack.
griffin.
Wait, I still have my second attack. What are you doing?
Oh.
That's
Oh,
my
you-
fault. That's my fault. I moved the turn ahead.
There you go.
As a 25 will totally connect for, what was it, 6 damage. The
Okay, now my
quite
turn's
potent
over.
magic within this spear driving home. All right, now we come to Silrex. My bad.
He's going to charge this griffin.
Hey, get in there, branch
Yeah.
elk thing. Oh God. Oh geez.
So he.
I don't think that's the 20.
Thing.
He can back up a little bit though.
Yeah, he can
He's
back up a
exactly
little bit.
20 feet. I measured it. Or he can back up a little bit. But either way, he ends up. Ouch. Need to stop. Okay. Sorry. I hurt myself yesterday. I keep touching it. And then hooves. Oh wait, he has to roll. This dude has to roll to see if he's prone. I get 1 Hooves attack, but I might get 2 if he gets prone.
Yeah.
You gotta hit
yeah,
him
so
first, and then he makes the damage.
Okay.
That will definitely fucking connect. Jesus, 21 for 14 damage. So let me do the damage first. And then it's a DC 14 Dex strength save. Ooh, very strong, muscly boy. You can see him dig in as he gets smacked by these hooves, not wanting to go down to what just seems to be a fancy horse, but seeming the wounds of battle overpowering him as he slips down and leaves himself open for another attack. 23 from Silvrex, connecting for another 11 damage. As it lets out a pained cry, you can see the large griffin to its left should have returned the cry in kind, seeming to try to bring up its now bent wing, trying to shield this one from your blows.
Oh no, bad.
Yeah, I know
Get
you
advantage.
know.
It's for crit. You have advantage.
Yeah, see if you can step on it harder. Come on.
Oh, I have advantage?
Yeah, he's prone.
Griffins are harder to eat.
Ooh, 13. All right. So he is.
So
he
now
is
I feel bad.
There's one thing I can do. It's put Nikki in combats where they're gonna feel bad. Where is the pro? There it is. Falling. He can't get up. As Sophia.
Like the situation is well at hand. She just walks her way around this corpse, down into the open a little bit more. Yeah, she got plenty of movement. Just making her way around this bush here. Get a better line of sight going on. As yeah, doesn't need to do anything spectacular here. Yeah, little deep bell chime in the evening air. Gonna go towards the big boy as the ringing echoes in his ears. I'm tolling the dead of it. Ooh.
Little wisdom save. This thing shaking off the magic. A bloodshot red eye looking towards you. But blood trickling out of its beak. This thing looks desperate.
That's me.
As I believe at the start of its turn, it takes some fire damage.
Yeah, it's sinful feathers burn with holy vengeance.
It
takes 3 fire damage.
It's sinful feathers. As it continues to burn, you can see this thing, seeing you all surround it, shift its weight and grab a hold of not Bartholomeos, but the griffin next to it. As it seems to just grapple and shove it away from Atreus, Bartholomeos, and Furia as you all close in on it.
Wait, the big one just tried to move the little one?
Yep.
Why you do this to me?
He has to protect his pack.
Pack of sinners.
As
In seeing this, my guy has to let go and kind of like just recoils his hand from holding him down.
You look at your eyes and it says into your mind, why are you killing my babies? Why do you kill so many babies?
do you actually let go of the grapple when he moves him?
Yeah, I do. Yeah.
Feeling you let go of his leg, you can see this thing quickly scrabble itself up onto its feet and look down upon you, trying to body block, it seems, the smaller one out of view, moving its sort of bent and twisted wing in front of it, as it'll take this opportunity to stand. Oh no, I removed it from initiative. Ah!
It dies as it stands.
Also,
Get back in there, you. Would you have like a 19, I think? Yeah. Modify. No longer prone, but still somewhat on fire. This thing just seems to be trying to, again, position itself as much as it can between you and the smaller one.
All right, dodging its last, what was it, a beaker or something, or a claw at me?
Like last turn, yeah.
Yeah, I then hold my axe at the handle and at the top, and kind of like put it across my body like a stick, and I just push at its chest and yell at it. Rawr!
get out of here! Go on, get!
It is definitely your turn. Give me both an athletics check, because you're actually physically shoving it, right?
Yeah.
And give me an intimidation check as well, with advantage.
On both the athletics and intimidation.
Give me, just give me the shove straight up, and then give me the intimidation check with advantage. As you most likely are easily able to move this thing. Ooh, as your axe slams home into its bloody and somewhat ember-soaked and scarred chest, and it just doesn't seem to move. It almost considers itself a wall, it seems, as you yell up in its face, but it seems to just sort of flap its wings as though it's intending on taking off. As Let's see. Is that the last griffin? Oh no, that's Scaredy Cat all the way over there. As you can hear off in the distance, another shriek, another call echoing down the road as this thing continues to fly up and away. As the posturing...
So, like, my shove was my first attack action. Don't I get another one?
Yeah, you totally do. Try to shove him again.
So I try to repeat the same thing. I push it again and yell at his face. Ah!
As big boy. You get another 24? Jesus. Give me another athletics check.
I haven't rolled yet.
23. Big tough boy, though. Ooh, but his wounds seem to be taking their toll as he definitely stumbles back now away from you. Yeah, give me another intimidation check.
Fuck out of here, bird!
As you can see, this thing not wanting to break eye contact with you, not trusting that the one to its right may not be struck down. It seems to still be trying to shield it, but still now backing away from you, keeping itself lower and lowering its head and changing its posture as though it's trying to retreat.
I bring my weapon down to my side and just stare at it.
As that is what you all see, Mercury.
Swear to God, if you still attack them. I swear to God, Mercury.
Just 2 fireballs. Just 1 fireball and another fireball. Use inspiration, another fireball. Yeah.
You don't have enough inspiration.
Going on with Barth as he's gonna fly over to. He's gonna fly over and just prepare a spell. Just a fire bolt on this gigantic creature if it looks like it's about to bite out at Bart again. But it looks
we'll
like.
Drop your bless.
Yeah.
Never mind. 3 cast fireball.
It's fine. He's gonna drop the bullets. But the
Okay.
fight's over, so he'll put an end to it if they don't fly off. Just drops.
All right. You can clear the icons off yourself by clicking the little man with the explosion around him to get into your status effects. Be sure to hit the weird ball with pulsating rings if you're concentrating to remove the concentration.
I hit the wrong one.
The menu's too big.
The mini is too big? Oh yeah, the menu is too big. Yeah, it's pretty big. There's a lot of conditions, okay?
My dude up the screen so I can see it.
All right, Mercury readying a firebolt in case things go sideways. The other griffin coming to its feet and trying to take off as I accidentally remove him from combat again. Nice. Yeah. As he is just going to take to the sky, going 20 feet up. You can hear the chirps from this injured bird calling down towards the larger one as it starts to fly off towards the northwest after its brother or ally. As Nyx Wardrake, got anything, Scalios?
Nope.
All right. Oh, Nyx.
Heard him.
As a bonus action, I'm going to have my spiritual weapon start moving towards the larger griffin, but it doesn't actually make it that far, because it can only move 20 feet. But I do Toll the Dead it.
Oh.
Ooh. You call out, trying to shake the fear of death into this thing.
No.
You can see its wounds getting covered in starlight, strength draining away more as it takes, I presume, 13 damage? No, 9.
Takes 9.
Yes, yeah. I accidentally set it to 0.
Oh, I thought I killed it!
As it seems to sort of cock its head over towards you for just a moment and then bring it back to Bartholomew's. Breathing heavy, wings sort of slack at its side.
And I'm just going to move Octavia around a bit and move closer to it, bringing my pool of stars closer. If I can, how the fuck do I drag this thing again? How do I move my template? Okay, because I'm repositioning myself to get it into the template, so I guess I just move closer then. Yeah, that should work.
We're trying to hurt him.
As Nyx is just glaring at this creature as she pulls Octavia around and brings this this night sky towards this creature, and that's going to be the end of my turn.
All right, Inferia. You can see this thing backed into a corner. Certain death awaits it. What do you do?
Let it retreat. My companions, it no longer wishes to harm us. It is only a creature.
It's a monster of Lutheria, and it will harm others if we let it go today.
Be.
Aids us more in its death than its life.
Creatures are not like us. They don't have a plan or scheme. They just have instinct. It's just doing what its nature makes it do.
Exactly.
Its nature has brought its own death.
To be part of it. This is obviously a defeated creature that wishes to retreat. I will no longer attack. I stow my weapons.
All right, making your point. Theamos.
Hold on, I need to do that. God damn it. How do I get it back on him?
Oh, did you unmount him?
Accidentally. I think I got back on. Okay.
Yeah, you're still on him. You're good.
I look back at the group. And I sigh. And stab him. It's a fail. Stab him.
11 will not connect. He sort of sees you approaching, moves himself out of the way. You can see him sort of hesitate and stumble in doing so, leaving himself open as a 21 will connect for 11 damage with your... What longsword are you attacking with?
It's a non-magical one as I my holy vengeance for the fallen warriors of the story.
Ooh, damn.
Ooh, has 26 damage. And you can see this thing sort of taking all of you in, retreating away from Nyx's encroaching shadow and brooding spear, seeing Bartholomeos' axe held at his side, and just bringing his head around in time to see Theamos' blade shining with radiant light cut his head clean off.
It's only 9 damage.
No, he has a magical sword.
That's fine. I don't think so. It's the fancy sword that we got.
Oh, you're using the pretty one?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So that extra D8 is for undead. I mean, unless it's an undead griffin, I don't know.
Oh, yeah, they are bundled together as a 9... 9 plus...
No, it's a second level spine.
Yeah. Oh, it's a second... Oh, yeah, so that is correct then. So that's 15.
No. It's the... Oh, I gotcha.
Yeah, it's a second level
Understood, yep. Alright.
Dang it, Brandon! As with 26 damage, or give or take, more or less, it's more than enough with the smite, honestly. Even after resistances, as the proud creature crumples down, almost into like a sphinx-like pose, before tilting over to the side and dying on the ground.
Super villain.
It's for Tuesday, not for here. As you can see the one griffin up in the air above it look back and then continue to thwap its wings over now towards the side, and with what looks like a heavy effort start to drag what looks like a horse off the top of the cliff and try to fly away with it. As the other griffin seems to be like a ways away after the fear, but unless anyone's going to stop the weakened griffin from taking the horse, it'll try to fly away with it.
Don't seem like they have a ton.
I can't even see it.
That's true. Most of you guys are too short. As the others fly away, and combat comes to an end.
I had not expected such cruelty from my companions.
Cruelty? You've seen what we've been up against. This is not a normal beast. It is an abomination.
Of the Thylea, no, 'tis merely a beast. It's not like the dire wolves of the forest or the Cerberus of the caverns. It's only an animal.
They spoke to each other, Inferior. Did you not see that? Much like the wolves did.
All animals do. Have you not spent any time in the forest?
It was defeated. It was merely protecting its young.
So when it comes across more people like this warrior here who is clearly brutalized and they all die, are you just going to sit there and say, well, it's just nature taking its course?
It's not defend those people and they defend themselves as we defended ourselves today, but only to the point of making the creatures retreat. Just as you would treat any bear that attacked you in the woods.
I would not have stopped if I didn't feel that it no longer wanted to fight us.
I don't have time for children. Yes, I'm going to take this. How bad is it?
So bad.
Can I see his face? Can I take his head off? Is it gone? Is he like?
Oh, the Metrosian soldier, the hoplite. Yeah, he looks like he has been. His face has been picked at, as most birds would. You're gonna go for the soft targets first, and his belly seems to be opened as well. Besides the superficial wounds of combat.
Can I go through his stuff and see if I see anything personal that I can maybe identify or like give to someone that can identify it?
Oh yeah, totally. Yeah, give me a simple investigation check to see what you turn up in a quick search.
All right, psychic AF, psychometry. It's like use more side power. It says it gets 3 more, 19.
Hey. Right. You do find some personal effects, not a whole lot. Definitely seem to be traveling for speed. You find some iron rations for the road, and what looks like a slightly sort of blood-soaked piece of parchment, a scroll or two. One seeming to be an opened missive or like letter that seems to be addressed to this soldier.
What's his name, God?
Matt Damon.
Of course. His name is Mateo.
Damon-o.
Mateo.
Mateo Damon-o.
I'll probably order some Damonos later.
The fun part is Mateo actually is a real Greek name, so there you go. Boom.
Yeah.
You said he's from Mitros, not Astoria?
Yeah. His colors are blue, white, and yellow. Colors of Mitros. Astoria is signature for its dark greens.
Look over at Bartholomeus and Infuria. With their obvious states, I just sigh to myself as I take out my own knife.
Here, let me help you. After Nyx healed Octavia's wound, she's just going to go over and help move the very heavy appendages of this creature for Sophia to carve away into.
You can see as you all sort of seem to split into these fractured factions, Kyra seems to sort of just quickly lean up against a tree and then glance between the lot of you and then start scribbling down notes.
Atrocious has the most conflicted and confused face. On one end, yeah, this makes sense, but also on the other, I mean, they are Lutheria, but also, oh no.
Are you Travoltaing? Are you going back and forth?
Lutheria. Yeah, he's like,
As the letter to Mateo seems to just be a simple passage of news, it seems, from a brother.
Alright, I will try to remember that next we have to go to my choice. But also, Nick has terrible memory, so I'll probably forget by then.
As I begin the harvest.
What are you trying to take?
I am scraping off plumage. I am going with the, what are those big ass feathers called? The big promontory
Pinions?
feathers. Pinions, no.
It might be.
Those might be the simple ones we were talking about earlier.
I fucking typed in piano. I'm stupid. Oh yeah, the outer part of a bird's wing, including the flight feathers. I mean, flight or tail seem to be the. Well, he doesn't have a tail feather. Is a lion's tail.
Yeah,
so
the
only feathers are actually on the wing. There's no crest, if that's what you're looking for.
Yeah, I'm taking plumage from like the neck, like that, the downy feathers. I'm just scraping that off.
No feathers there on the neck. It's all fur. The only feathers on this thing are on the wings. It's fur all the way down.
Okay, gotcha.
I'll move the skull so you can see.
Then whatever the big fucking feathers are called, I don't know, primaries apparently.
Primary flight feathers are part of the pinions. Pinions just include more than that. So
yeah,
you can't pluck them until you get it. Until you get it right.
All right. Well, basically, you look at a bird and they've got like the ones that actually look like fingers at the very end of their wing. Taking like the 4 of those on each side.
I'm learning more about.
Learned bird biology.
Oh yeah, they are called pinions.
Yeah.
10 points to what family, what house you would have been in.
Probably
Ravenclaw. Probably, yeah, you seem like a Ravenclaw, Nick.
I'm a Ravenclaw Slytherin.
As all of you, except for Mercury, get a trading point for the excellent little bit of RP conflict as well. All of you,
Is
well
there
done.
a button to mount?
Yes, there is. So like you have to just like select both of them, right? Like when you have the 2 tokens selected, and then right click, and there should be a little horse, and it should. Oh God.
Oh God.
Yeah, that's the only.
I can do this. It's all right. He had to carry me all the way here. I'll carry him.
There we go. Oh God. Yeah, I think you have to select one of you first. There's an order to it, but once you have both selected, you right click. I think on yourself, and you should have the horse, and that'll put you mounted on. There you go. That way you'll be attached to him when he moves, and all that good stuff. It'll keep you in the center of him too. It should. As give me a survival check. I would say with disadvantage due to the damage, but thankfully Nyx is helping, so that'll even it out to normal.
Oh yeah. As I struggle to do this.
I believe in you. You might get 1. Hey, you'll get 2 big pinion feathers that are in decent shape. The other ones seem to be sort of broken.
And as I go for the eyes, seeing this task that I'm not really sure how to go about, and these gigantic eyes. Let's try this instead, as I just place my hand on the side of its head, as seems like gray magic starts to swallow up around this creature, as it seems to just shrink quite a bit, as it shrinks to about half its size. And then I try to take the eyes. Now that they're in a more manageable size. Yep.
Hey, clever usage. Go ahead and add a d6 to your roll with a survival check.
Actually, you have to introduce a creature, and it's an object.
You can do objects.
Yeah, so you can definitely shrink objects, right? Please tell me you can shrink objects. Post a spell card. I can't.
Creatures or objects?
with a 19. One of the eyes seems to be what's the right word? Sort of like ruptured or like leaking a little bit just from what it's been through. Like it was like sort of filling with blood, but you're able to get them both out intact, more or less.
Good deal. So one intact one, one damaged one.
Yeah.
I appreciated your support back there, both in combat and, well, Nyx looks over her shoulder at the Minotaur and Dryad.
Of course. Don't misunderstand. I don't take a moral perspective on this. It is simply letting the creature go served no purpose. It held things that may have been valuable and help us on our task. I'm going to take advantage of such things, given the chance.
Moral compass is all well and fine, but if there's anyone I can rely on for practicality, it's you. And I appreciate that.
Glad to see we see eye to eye as well. I was afraid that I may have been alone in all this.
Not really. I've been around long enough to learn that sometimes the way I feel about things doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of it. Practicality is the difference between life and death of either myself or those I care about.
Exactly.
Hey, Atreus, what village did you say you were from?
Insert a name of Atreus' village here. I don't know. Peter doesn't know.
The village.
I want to say something, and then later on it comes up, and I'm like, "What's that?" And it's like, "That's the name of your village," because I just like thought of it off the top of my head. So the answer is I don't know. Peter doesn't know.
How are we spelling Griffin in this game?
With an O.
Okay,
Oh,
good.
damn it.
Y.
I gotta
Good.
change all my fucking notes now.
I hate Griffin. Everybody spells it differently.
But you don't like
Same with Mithril.
You don't like that
Yep.
Griffin? I love that Griffin.
Yeah, that's the one I was using. I get you.
But also,
Oh,
his
God.
village was in the Heartlands, so his village is nowhere near here.
No.
Your original village, as you very well know, Atreus, is not really around, and your secondary farm, from which you were tending to while you were part of Hoplites of Mitros, is in the outer limits of Mitros itself. Not really a defined town, so much as a suburb.
Yeah, so that's what Atreus does, yeah.
Alright. No, real reason. I was just asking. Just wanted to bond.
I'm sorry.
How dare you?
Shall we continue on then?
I think I've retrieved anything worth
Right.
value of this beast. I stab it as it seems to spring back to life.
As Nyx just sort of reaching your ears, you can hear what sounds like the gurgle of air mixing with blood in a gory fashion up at the top of the hill.
Hang on. I think there's somebody up there.
Take my knife back out.
As I must pick me right up there.
Is there another way to get up there, if not by flight?
I mean, there's a path if you go around
Yes.
the way that Theamos is, yeah.
Oh, where Theamos is. I follow after Theamos. The Twitch camera does not have view. Is there anybody up here?
As you come up, you can see a couple more horses laid into, seemingly pulled or dragged over here, and looks like a crawling man on the ground along with two other dead ones. Let me pull you back, Themos, because I assume you wouldn't step. Oh my god, come on, move. Thank you. Yeah. Wow. You can see one with what would probably be bright white plumage coming out of the top of his helmet, now stained red with blood and grievous wounds all over his body.
I'm gonna hop off my war drake immediately and shove 20 points into him. I lay on him. Just try to cover up his wounds.
You can see like this sort of large rins in his lower half, like he was being cut into, and this thin underlayer of a very bright and shiny metal, seeming to just barely keep his lower half together, as he looks like he's in a lot of pain, and you deliver a great deal of solace with your lay on hands.
Are you alright?
I've definitely had better days.
Certainly.
Still on the road.
Yes, you're still on the road. We were passing by. We cleared away the griffins. That seems to have assaulted you and your men.
See. He sort of coughs and leans forward. Oh, it was really unpleasant. Sort of taking off his helmet, you can see a mess of blood-soaked black hair cut close to the head, though with enough to sort of flop out with the removal of his helmet. Eos. Seeming to hold at the side of his head.
So that's your name? Yes.
What?
Yeah.
Are you looking at his armor? I assume the leader was the leader.
Yeah, not by a whole lot, but yeah. Certainly no captain. He sort of tries to find his feet and sort of slips a little bit in the soaked dirt. Finally seems to sort of open up his eyes and sort of take in the scene around him. And then just let loose his stomach onto the ground.
That's
It just
disgusting.
pulls out a water skin and then just hands it over to him.
Takes it gladly. Just sort of giving himself two big gulps.
Keep it. You need it more than me, it seems.
I can't thank you enough.
Right place, right time, it seems.
It certainly does.
What were you all doing up here? It's a bit far from Metros.
Heading to Astoria. Under direct order to try to find some heroes of prophecy or something.
Well, seems the threads of fate have woven together quite nicely. That would be us.
Turns towards you, Nix. Malaka. Of course. Well, I guess that's as good a time as any. As you sort of pick up a pack that seems to be underneath the head of this horse here. So you're the ones the Oracle's chosen, huh?
We are. Several others. As Nyx points to the area below.
Let's see. Where are you all heading then? As he sort of takes the pack and brings it back up onto himself.
Back to Astoria.
You're looking for us. Is there something wrong in my trust or something?
Yeah, there's been a bit of a storm the last few days. Well, more like a week, but no. I was just supposed to make sure that you all actually existed. Direct orders from King Acastus. He hasn't sent for you, though, I assume, since you're still here. Unless this is the first time you're hearing of this.
This is.
Josh just looks back to the party.
Was he meant to call for us?
I think if he wanted to call for you, he would have. We were just supposed to find you and report back, not bring you with us.
Well,
Now you can say you found them and they, saved your life.
Yeah, I suppose so.
you want to come with us to Nitros and the rest of it, or?
We can probably get you a new horse as well, and better travel provisions.
Yeah, wager Astoria has to be closer than Mitros at this point.
Yes, at the very least, you may need some time to rest. I'd recommend it.
What the hells is this?
Oh, it's a Skelos. He's a good boy. Do you ride it?
Ride it. That thing looks like it's gonna eat me.
Well, no, Skelos is on a strict vegetarian diet.
Found that hard to believe.
God damn it.
So he gets inside of the Pokeball.
We're gonna learn how to properly mount these creatures on this tabletop. One day.
Ew.
You won't mind lending me a hand, putting my comrades to rest.
No, of course not. I'll aid you. As Nyx is starting to go into her pouch again and starting to pull out 4 drachmae for these 2.
Were you able to? Are you going to be able to find their families and alert them?
Yeah, I can take care of that.
Cross that off on my list of things to do. One of them had some mail from a brother. It just looked like news, but I don't know if it's anything of import.
Yeah, let me get it.
Just had them the parchments that I found.
No, just telling him he was going to be an uncle, I suppose. Well, at least the kid still has his father. Sort of collects the packs of his comrades and then works with Nyx a bit to arrange them so that they can be properly pired. Buried. Sort of looks at you, Nyx, seeing you sort of covered in various symbols. Are you of the cloth?
I am, for the 5.
Give them last rites then.
Will do. I'll do the same for these men as I will for the one further below. As Nyx takes the pieces of drachmy and puts it upon their eyelids as she takes out a torch and lights it and stands over their pyre. Great Mother of this world, we lie these men to rest. May they be guided into the other life, blessed by the 5 gods of the settler races. 2 drachmae apiece for the ferrymen. May they be guided into the next life. As she lowers her torch and lights the pyre for them.
See the flame catch pretty quickly as all 3 of them begin to burn. See Io sort of nod his head towards them and towards you, or heaving up their collected things, moving down away from the hill. As about an hour and 45 minutes all together in terms of time to get the pyre going. It's coming on noon now. He sort of winces with each step as he sort of makes his way down. As go ahead and get yourself a training point for that, Nyx. Well done. And once you get down as well, riding atop Octavia, you can see him just sort of hesitate for a moment, meet you at the base, and just sort of look up through his helmeted visor and just sort of mutter quietly, "Thank you."
Of course. Do you find yourself to be religious as well?
Only as much as I need to be. Perhaps I should have asked for more blessings on the road.
One can never be certain when it is that they are in need of blessings. They come to you sparingly.
Though there's certainly no harm in asking. Oh, travel companions are, as the rumors say, unless my eyes are mistaken, they are not. Well, I'll try to keep up.
Child, are you okay?
Yes, I'm alright. I can't get this right.
You select yourself, and then you select the mount, right-click the mount, and then click the little horse icon.
Why is he tiny still?
You should get big again once you mount him the right way. Unless you shrink to be even smaller.
Ever shrinking. Oh my god. I'm trying to continue my conversation with Bartholomeus and I got totally distracted.
Excellent.
Todd, where have you gone?
I love this tabletop. It's
Where's
great.
the Fimrives?
I
Just
ate
like
the wrong
speaking to
mushroom.
herself into oblivion.
Fell into the rabbit hole.
Go ahead and talk. I got you.
I'll be fine. I just... It troubles me. That is all. Such... needless death against animals that are only doing as they're meant to do. One would not call a bear an evil creature of Lutheria for attacking travelers. One would just say that those travelers should be more wary of predators.
As I'm listening to her, I look over my shoulder at the group gathering by the two corpses. We can't judge them too harshly. After all, look at them now.
Suppose.
I don't think that their actions come from a place of cruelty so much as preservation. To people like you and me, our physicality, our martial prowess, it's second nature, at least for me. I practice more strengthening my control. I think that having these abilities, being able to fight the way we do, sure, it's strength, but it's stronger to know when to stop. Even if it means taking a chance with oneself. That doesn't mean I blame them for not doing the same, though.
Yes. I guess that I just struggle with that blame part. I
Come.
spent... Yes.
Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. You can continue talking.
That's alright. I was just gonna talk more about, like, living in the forest. So much of my life has been in the woods that the natural rhythm of predator and prey is more, well, natural to me than such logic as our companions deployed today.
Yes.
To learn better, to be around people, I think.
Again, like I said, I believe it comes from a place of preservation. I believe that they would do this to protect you. I just don't see an aggressor the same way anymore. Once they've crossed, I just treat them differently, even if it is just an animal.
Yes. I will try to understand. Thank you.
Slowly start walking our way over to the group. I guess I graze over.
I assume you repeat the process for the last hoplite Nix.
Yes, exactly. Give him 2 drachmae, give him his final rites, and burn him to be one with the world of Thylea.
setting him aside off the road. And a bit more time passing as it's about 12:38 now as
Do we know
Yeah,
how
12
much further out we are from Astoria?
You could push to get there by about 15 miles out.
By the end of the night?
Yeah. Probably about like, what is it, 3 miles an hour, 5 more hours, so like 6 you get there.
Just in time for dinner.
If we continue on diligently, we should be able to make it to Astoria before the night gets too late. Shall we press on?
Okay.
I don't know why, but until now, I didn't realize how big this map is.
It's
Holy
usually zoomed
crap.
in. Yeah, but it's the world is pretty big.
And Inferior came from like all the way down here somewhere. Wait, it won't let me select things.
Nyx came from the Cerulean Gulf, so this cluster of islands, like around here.
Inferior came from the islands below the Forgotten Sea.
Quite the ways to travel.
Yeah.
We were in a boat for ages, and only 2 of us made it. It was traumatic.
Aw.
I suppose I'm from the Heartlands, aren't I?
Yep. Actually, you're actually from the Greater Steppes.
Oh, okay.
And a trace is from the Heartlands.
Generally.
You know, I wanted to ask earlier, I didn't want to interrupt during combat, but the status symbols, they look really tiny to me. Is there any way to make them bigger?
It's something I've been meaning to investigate. But unfortunately, I don't know a way to make them bigger at the moment.
My old man eyes can't see them.
Captain Nails.
Eh, not really a captain, but yeah. It's Eos, by the way.
Eos?
Eos. It matters.
Grecian!
How long have you been away from Mitros?
We had a few stops on the way. I had to check in with some suburban things. It's been... Sort of takes a moment to sort of think about it. I want to say almost 10 days.
I've heard that it's been a while since Mitros has been almost inaccessible. Do you know the state of things down there? Or the rumors that have reached Astoria have been overblown?
Quite a few roads were flooded, a few blocked with some mudslides from the mountains. That's the problem with having all those rivers and mountains just north of the place. It was easy, though, to go southeast, which is where we had to head first. That travel was fine. As if you were to, say, pull out a map or something like that, he would show that his path led him out of Mitros, if you look down there, and he spent a fair amount of time, can I do the right click? Control? Which one is it? Control. In the south and western suburbs before heading up towards you guys.
That's exactly what I was gonna ask. Good shit.
Yeah. I think if you approach trying to get back to Mitros, the same way it might be passable. The common roads follow the river, and that's where the problem was. Most people aren't trying to head to the suburbs.
Good. I've been meaning to visit, or at least get a message there. Glad to see
During our
that
travel,
there is a way to get there.
if we do decide to go to Mitros, I know a way through the mountains. So we may not have to worry about the roads and the flooding.
Really?
Yes. I used to travel along those mountains quite frequently when I was a younger nymph.
Oh, you're a nymph?
Theomos.
That's a joke.
That's all I have to ask. Thank you, Eos.
Thank you.
Hold up. Did we put this dude on a horse, or are we making the injured man walk?
He's totally fine, I think. I think Theomos pumped him with enough magic.
I wrapped a rope around his leg. I'm dragging him.
Yeah, you would.
I offered skills.
Yeah, you would notice. Basically, by the time the funeral pyres were done, most of the pain seemed to have left him, as Theomos's magic was more than enough to fully heal his wounds. You're just sort of dealing with some of the aftershock of literally almost dying.
Yeah.
We can write skills together. He can write the arms around my waist. It's alright.
So he seems to be walking, but more or less fine with it after a bit of travel.
So we're traveling along. We take a piss break or somewhere. Somewhere. I'm gonna pull Nyx aside.
Ooh.
All right, traveling on the road, taking a moment to relieve thyselves or perhaps enjoy some iron rations or what have you.
Nyx, I'd like to take a moment of your time. Been thinking about what we spoke of before.
Of course. Is everything all right?
In kind. I have respect for your years and your knowledge. I follow something people call philosophy. Stoicism, more specifically. Even more specifically, virtuistic Stoicism. It is something that seeks the virtues of the world, and it can rub people the wrong way. There's not much room for subjective morals in it all. Virtues are a thing that exists in reality that are simply true or false beyond the thinkings of man. Very few have ever really been discovered of what a true virtue is. But one, a secret given to us by our patron, is that the seeking of knowledge is one. I will do all I can to seek such things. And it seems like you understand what means I might have to go to get knowledge, to get power, for what is to come ahead. There's a second reason why I did not take our oath. Because it would bind us together, and it could possibly act as a shackle upon me. But you and I think the same. One within, and one without. Could I tell you the things that I must do? Can we aid one another? If you need something done that the oath does not allow you to, or when I need aid from those within, can we have each other's back, as it were?
I'd very much like that.
Yeah. In saying that, the pleasantries I said before, what you heard before, the not wanting to begrudge our name. I'll do all I can to be outside of such a limitation. And to aid us going forward, I may use the trinkets that we find that others will find detestable. So I think I will have a use for that strange scepter we found. And I will continue to collect the unmentionables that we may find upon the way. I don't think anything is inherently evil or good, only tools. I don't even really begrudge the Titans. Sure, they have their reasons, and it's not my place to judge them. But we are set upon a task, and I will see that it is fulfilled.
Very well then. Seeing as we have varying opinions across this group, I understand, and it seems as far as things go, you've done nothing to hurt our endeavors, and I trust that will continue. I will have your back.
I will never seek to harm our end goal. Possibilities that my actions may hinder us. I have to admit, my judgment has been flawed more than often than not, but it is all I have. I may err, but that will not stop me from trying. Thank you, Nix. I'll look for your judgment and your wisdom again.
Of course. And I'm sure I will seek your neutral point of view again. As even I am not without my own morals and preferences, it seems.
Understandable. I'll see you off then. Head back to group.
All right. Should I put the Scepter of Vile Magic under your inventory now?
Yeah.
Right.
Nyx passes it along to Sophia.
Underneath it's a journal magic item, so it's underneath the tablet with your meta magic and other shit. Bag, and that kind of stuff. Yeah.
Journal entries?
Yeah, journal entry.
Heroes? There it is. Okay. Cool beans.
Boy.
That's all I got.
All right. You attuning to it as well, or just taking it?
I am going to attune to it.
Oh, do I have to attune to the smart crown?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna do that too. Since Nyx took it from back in the Mithril Forge and put it on.
I attune to my egg.
Does your egg need attuning?
No, I just want it to be involved.
That's our Nick.
Let
All
Nyx
right.
and Sophia have their moment, Nick.
No, the world revolves around me.
Oh my god.
My personality.
As Nyx attunes to the headband of intellect, rescued from a overgrown troglodyte, as your intelligence raises to 19. Enjoy your big brain. And Sophia attunes to the Scepter of Vile Magic and gains all of its wonderful benefits, along with its interesting magic, something unique only really to it as far as you know. A spell, an incantation, a twist that is not common knowledge. Oh, and you really, really like that scepter. You would do anything to keep it on yourself.
Oh
You would
no.
never, ever want yourself to be parted from it.
Interesting. Seems to have a bite.
Yes, I
of
do
gas.
believe that's how possessions work.
as you do not find yourself wanting to keep it any further from you than your immediate reach. Have fun. As you all continue on the road towards Astoria. Unless there's anything else from anyone else. Little fingers. No? All right. Oh my god. I hope you don't murder hobo anyone. As time passes.
Guys, you don't say it, guys. It's evil. You don't say it.
I'm sorry, you gave me a thing that says be a murder hobo. What do you want from me?
Pranked ya. Got him.
You gave me the berserker axe, and then you're surprised that I started attacking my allies.
Yeah, you got the big black scepter with the weird green eldritch magic and the pale white skull on it. It's fine. It's fine. Nothing bad will happen.
Openly carrying it?
She looks like the bad guy.
I mean, Nyx openly strapped it off her horse and handed it to Sophia.
Yeah, it's certainly what's the word? It starts with an M. It's certainly a malicious looking instrument, but not something that's going to be like, she is carrying an evil looking scepter. Guards! It's not how this world works. But that is indeed what it looks like. As more time passes, as it is now, click, 5:55 or 54 in the afternoon, coming into night, sun cresting and beginning to set behind the mountains, as you all see the large northwestern gate to the south of you now, as you're closing back in towards the city limits of Astoria.
Hey y'all, we're back in town.
Wow, it's like so many cool little animated details.
Right?
This is all I spend my time on, Kishi. You have no idea.
Are we coming in from the north?
I mean, you could animate the grass too, but what else?
I'm trying.
Why is it the water? I don't know. God.
Oh my god. Leave this man alone.
Bully me. You guys would be coming in towards this gate, towards the big main gate that has the bridge from your current direction. You guys are like little wee babies. Make you big again, so we can actually see you. Let me get the big.
Oh god.
Like the only person.
Big steppy on me, Sophia.
The only person that uses a different sheet, Nick. You know that?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm using the right sheet.
How's this different?
It uses like the default 5e dark mode sheet as opposed to the tidy one that the rest of you guys are using. Yeah. Oh fuck. Okay, Atreus. And Nyx. All right, as you guys are making your approach, coming back into Astoria, what do you all want to do? What do you do?
I suppose we should tell Vulcan we've accomplished our task.
I'm sure he's eagerly awaiting you.
At the palace or at his forge?
Probably his workshop.
Did Chris not say to go to Vulcan or my dad?
He said to go to Pythor. Yep.
Cool. That was where I was going to go anyway. Do you mind if I meet you guys there later? Let me go yell at someone.
Yell.
Or talk in a not as nice fashion.
I think I might join you for that.
Sure. Anyone else coming for the show?
No. I'll go to Vulcan, I see. Unless you're doing that after we meet with him.
I think I'll go to Vulcan as well.
We next head to the palace.
Keep
All
my
right.
eyes on the
Right.
evildoer.
Yeah, everyone go ahead and move your tokens to where you're going first, and then we're going to take a short break.
Sophia's gone, roll out.
Oh god. uh,
I like that it slowly glides our tokens.
Meow.
Bart, where are you going?
I can fly.
Oh my god.
When they enter the city, Impheria dismisses, or well, not really dismisses, but like tells Silvirax to just like hang out on the plain, be Forest King by himself. Normal survivor. Wait, come back. Normal Silvirax thing.
Got you. You want him to hang out outside of the city or just somewhere in the city?
Kind of not a city creature. You know what I mean? He's a creature of the forest.
Yeah,
I'll
so
call him back when we exit the city.
okay. Yeah, so he'll sort of just, with a strange, fey-like intelligence, just sort of turn his head with a single sort of, not glittering, not gemstones, like twinkling, like a firefly. This green, yellow eye looks at you, and you can see it just sort of almost like blink and sort of give a nod of the head as he sort of turns and quickly loses himself in nature on the outskirts of the city.
Shadowfax style.
Oh, you dork.
I had to.
So where are you heading?
Vulcan.
Vulcan. All right. Cool. All right. And with that, we will be right back. We're going to take a short break and we'll get into it. As think about all it is that you all want to do over the coming days and what you're going to talk about and all that kind of stuff. We'll be right back.
Wait, how many days do we got?
As many as you all want. It's on you. So, yeah. Get into those, one of those little choices where to figure out where it is you all want to go next. back at it, returned, now with the group splitting up, but deciding to meet back up after at the Dragon's Tooth and sort of discuss what the future holds within. We will start. We'll start with Theamos, Nyx, and Kyra heading out to the palace.
I kicked the door down. Not down, but open.
Making
Or are they
your way
big doors?
They're pretty big doors if you go into the main, main like palace area, like where his throne is. Where you've seen him before.
All right, I'll open the door normally. I try to look for.
You're pretty strong. You could definitely open them with force if you use both of your hands. If you like give them a big push, you could definitely force them open.
Nah, I'm probably using one hand since I'm carrying the egg with me.
Ah, okay. Yeah, I just don't want to frighten the baby. All right. As you open up the door, you can see Pythor seeming to like look out of a northern window, sort of standing back behind his throne, and turn to see you.
Pythor, you dick, how many siblings do I have?
Oh, I made the right choice coming here.
Full-blooded siblings. Just Honora.
How many half siblings do I have?
Why do you ask such hard to answer questions?
Why is it a hard to answer question?
As he sort of just like scratches at his head, you can see his beard seems to be in this sort of cleaned and braided state, with what looks like some not ostentatious but nice enough looking jewelry keeping it together. He seems to be relatively cleaned up, getting progressively more so each time you see him. Well, you see, there's not a lot that I really need to do, and when I have a lot of free time, I've been around for a long time, Theamos. I don't know if you understand. Sometimes,
Are you incapable of pulling out?
Technically, no.
Whatever. We're back from the mountains. Krishax told me to show you this egg. To hold out the egg.
Ristrax.
Well,
He's alive.
Well, no, his mind energy.
See him sort of scrunch up his face for a moment and sort of twist at one of the like bracelets on the hairs of his beard. If only I had the mind of Velis. Sort of steps forward, confident in his step, and closes the distance with you. What's this supposed to be? Is this and he sort of just reaches out towards the gem at your hands, and you can see as his hand closes in, just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of these shining green sparks seem to just latch onto his fingertips, and his hand just sort of closes in onto the egg. I see. Yeah, let me... Reaches with his other hand.
Before I let you take this, what was that? What the fuck was that?
It's complicated, but it has to do with the Dragon Lords and us coming here in the first place. Trust me, son, you'll get him back in just a moment.
Uh-oh.
The Dragon Lords.
You're gonna have another sibling.
I squint and I give him the egg.
Takes it in his other hand and brings it, holding it sort of like this, one hand underneath, one to the side, and you can see that energy seemed to sort of dissipate off of him, and the glow in the egg seemed to sort of flicker and dim for a moment, getting really soft. You can see just again now his skin and his hair seem to sort of shimmer with golden light, not too dissimilar to when he thought you were trying to trick him so long ago, calling on his divine might as a god. And you can see the energy sort of channeling down his arms into the egg. And with a resounding grunt of effort, the light seems to leave him and go into the egg, and it seems to shine out brilliantly, like someone's just turned on a bright green spotlight in your face before it simmers down. He hands it back to you. Well thought, I suppose. Chris Strax knew, I would guess, that egg would only have enough life to keep itself alive, not to truly hatch, not to come into being strong and healthy. And he knows I have an abundance. You can see the egg seems to just have a much brighter sheen to it, and just seems to sort of softly glow in your hands now. And taking it back in your hands, you get a feeling, again, of that same sort of fullness that you get whenever you sort of pass some of your own memories and life experience into it, but also just the sort of liveliness, like something's jumping up and down on a trampoline almost.
Do you... Go ahead.
And you put more energy into it. Is what
Yes.
Like what? Using the divine spark?
No. That would destroy me utterly without another. Not too dissimilar to what you can do yourself, if I'm not mistaken, Theamos. Though much more potent coming from the hands of a god.
Oh, so now we're bragging. Okay.
Wait, what was that?
I said, oh, so now we're bragging. Okay.
Oh, what can I say?
Do you know of anything strange happening in Mitros? It's like a storm or something?
I had heard rumors of such, and some of the southern farms reported seeing a dark storm cloud due south quite a ways, though it is hard to see. But I have not had any couriers or missives from Mitros, though I'm sure their king thinks he can handle it, whatever the problem may be. Why, have you heard something?
No, we just have... Go ahead.
Just that the king wanted to know if the oracles chosen actually existed.
Yeah, certainly not one to trust things without seeing them for himself.
Speaking of Eos, where is he? Where did he go? There you are, Eos. Eos is here now.
We dragged Eos with us.
Excuse me, sir. Mutrosian Hoplite Eos. I was wondering who it is that's traveling with you. A new ally, Theamos. This one like Evanetos.
Well, not really. I mean, he says he's not a captain, but he was part of the chosen guard or group that was looking for us. Just see who existed, but they got attacked by a bunch of griffins.
Whoops.
It was quite the bloody fight, my lord. Your son saved me, though. Quite thankful. He seems to be quite good at that. Did you need me to put him up somewhere, get him some supplies or something, Theamos?
Just for a bit. He was pretty close to death. So I'm going to rest for a bit before he makes his way back down. Maybe another horse, if we have any to spare.
I can certainly see about it. May not be a war horse, but I can certainly find a riding horse for you.
There you go, yes, good luck. We have to go speak to Vulcan. Or Grabs, I should say.
You want to go see Dad? All right. I have some business to attend to, getting some things transferred over with Honora. Would say we get together at the Dragon's Tooth. If that's all right.
Sure, we'll probably go down there anyways.
All right. Oh, Kyra, you're being awfully quiet. Yes, I was hoping to speak with you, brother, in private. Right. Well, if there's nothing else, Theamos, Nyx, it's good to see that you all have accomplished another one of your great labors. Not that I had any doubt that you would. My son was with you after all.
So we leave any materials. Is there anything I could use in here to summon Darius?
Nyx is kind of hanging back by the door and lighting her senses. You go on ahead, Theamos. I'll catch up. About 20 minutes or so.
Well, okay. Don't give me any more siblings. I'm watching you.
Me?
You both are around the same age, right?
You must be listening to Mercury far too much. You're already making assumptions of me.
Yes, Pythor and Kyra leave the throne room.
I just follow my eyes after them to see which room it is that they enter. Just muttering a prayer under my breath as I want to cast clairvoyance on the other side of the door to hear what it is they're saying.
They seem to leave the throne room and head now into a hallway, and from that hallway make their way towards Pythor's chambers.
Yeah, sure. I'll trail after.
Trying to follow after them. There's only really one path to go through. It is a interesting task, but you can give me a stealth check to see if you can try to follow unnoticed behind the two gods.
Yes, I am going to do that.
Ooh. Just enough. As you can hear their soft footsteps now speeding up a little bit and getting to the large door of Pythor's chambers that close softly behind them. You find yourself hesitating at a corner just in time as Kyra sort of looks back down the hall, and then you can hear the door close behind her. As peeking out around the corner, you can see the closed door of Pythor's chamber with no one seemingly in the hall.
I am going to finish casting my spell. Push the button to cast clairvoyance so that I can have ears on the other side. I don't think I need to stay in range. I could walk about, right? It's an invisible sensory eye or ear that I can switch between seeing or hearing. I'm gonna choose hearing. It must be a location I've seen, visited, or a space I can reasonably estimate, like behind a door or around a corner. I don't think I can really move the sensor itself, so it's just in place. I can just get information through it.
Gotcha. In doing so, you hear at first just an exchange of pleasantries, and then Pythor turning to Kyra. What exactly is it you need? What's going on? I have reason to believe the storm over Mitros is perhaps the work of Sidon, but as you know, brother, that would go against the oath. So it leads me to one conclusion. One of his sons must have turned against him. Who? Well, the last I'd heard, the mad one was off in the sea wrestling with that damn beast. But this might be the work of Thalius. I had to find this just as a precautionary measure. I do not believe our little children are going to be able to take care of that storm without our help. I think they're going to need us, and they're going to need some of our old relics, my brother. You know what that means, though. We're going to end up putting our sparks at risk. That ritual is not... It's not going to be strong enough without all the 5 of us. Mother was always the key. I understand, brother. I know. I miss her dearly, and I know that Father does too, but with this, you can hear sort of the soft twang of a string. And the 4 of us, and time, I think it can be done. It will most likely need to be done. You know, Acastus is foolhardy. He's never going to sacrifice a hecatomb if he even has the drachmi for it. Have you heard from Valis? A word or two. She seems convinced of the same. I was meaning to open up a way for us to travel there when needed. She understands you're busy. Hopefully less so soon. You're really turning over the city to her, huh? What are you going to do? Maybe travel a bit. See some of the places I haven't seen in some time. Pay some respects to some people I haven't seen. Just get from underneath this fog I've been under. Good. It'll be good for you. I think Theamos has been good for you. You're better. But your journey is long. Who are you to tell me about a journey, Kyra? I remember. Don't think I forgot. My shoulder's still damp from all the tears. I know. We've always got each other's backs, right? The twins, I suppose. Of course. I love you, and I'll always love you. But we can get this taken care of in Mitros. Is that where the children are going to go? They seem indecisive. I don't know that it is a pressing matter. Mitros is not aflame. Certainly, probably dealing with much too much rain. I can maybe look into it and make sure they're well informed. Either way, I'm sure it'll be treacherous. All right. We'll make sure that we're prepared. I'll make sure that I get the armor ready. Good. I certainly wouldn't want a repeat of last time. No. This time we'll have my son. He'll make sure that we make it through this. Your confidence even spreads to him, it seems. No. To both of them.
As I feel my magic start to filter out, I'm going to use an action to switch from hearing to seeing. See if I can get a glimpse at whatever it was Kyra was handing over to Pythor, if it's even still in their hands.
The thing with the strum, it would be the guitar. The Medusa guitar.
Well, because I can only choose hearing or seeing.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay. So it was the guitar.
Yeah. Hearing the strum of the strings, it definitely lines up with that strange sort of richness of that instrument that you've heard before.
Right. Well, Nyx is continuing on her way, and as the conversation of Pythor and Kyra fade out and the sounds of the city around her start to fade in, she's got a soft smile on her face, heading to meet the rest of her group over at Vulcan's.
Well played. Get yourself a training point.
I only know how well it works because of this little card I got!
As we cut back on over to Vulcan's Forges with the rest of the gang. Yes, who all is there? You guys are like sort of gathered there, all of you?
That was the plan.
Yeah. That's
Right.
the plan.
Coming in to the forges, you can see Vulcan seems to be, it looks like, gathering metals and sort of shifting things around in his workshop. It seems like a mixture of like packing and cleaning.
That's a mood.
Yeah. You all have returned successful, it seems.
Yes, we have.
Good. How's the Forge Keeper?
Much happier now than she was, that's for sure.
Good.
Seems to take a particular liking to Atreus.
He sort of raise an eyebrow over his little monocle. Really?
Did you just start a fight?
Well, it seems like you're in one piece, Atreus. Are you there, Atreus?
Perhaps.
Yeah. Good. Well, come on in. Don't just stand outside in the bloody street. Sort of gesturing over to some stools. You can see as he sort of sits down, you can hear the mechanical whir and shift of metal as a few of those Keladon seem to sort of step out from behind, deeper within the workshop, and continue the work that he was doing, cleaning and packing, as he seems to sort of take a seat himself and just sort of light up a pipe. So, what all did you all find there?
Lots of troglodytes.
It was practically
stench
infested
creatures.
with the monsters.
There was a new Cerberus.
New one.
Yeah, we first came across the corpse of the old one, long before we made our way down to the Keeper.
Wait, you mean to tell me the Cerberus was dead?
Yes.
Sort of creature of the night
That
sky.
incarnation of it.
Well, yes. Some.
The
We found.
Cerberus says you knew it. That drove out the
Wait, Nix, you're not
dwarves.
there.
Oh, am I not there yet? That we were all meeting there.
No, they went
Oh,
there
meeting
first.
there.
We got there first.
Oh, I thought we
You
were
were
meeting
busy listening
and
in.
then yeah, I thought we were meeting and then going inside. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, you're still up at the palace.
Well, I was walking on my way down. Whatever. I'm not there yet. It's fine.
Before we go further, I advise that we wait for Nyx to arrive.
Hold that thought. I believe Nyx is on her way.
Okay, hang on.
How the fuck do you change character sheets to dark mode? Because I can't read the spells. And when I set it to the dark sheets, it doesn't do any of that.
Which character sheet?
All of them are light mode, even when it says character dark.
There's two different ones. You have to hit dark mode, and you have to hit dark mode on your kind of character sheet.
Where's like the normal dark mode button?
The little gear and configure settings in the main tabletop.
And then it's like 1, 2, 3, 4.
D&D 5e dark mode. Activate Foundry White dark mode.
It's 9 down.
Continue to look for it.
And then the tidy 5e sheet. Well, I guess we're not all using the same sheet.
Okay. I think I found it. Alright, thank you. Sorry.
No, you're
I'm trying to enter these spells, and I literally just could not read anything on the sheet. Like, I don't know what these are! I'm just sort of guessing, like, is this damage? I think this might be damage. I don't know. Can't read this either.
You were saying that Cerberus was dead.
Some creature of the night, I guess, had killed it. It left behind a sort of starry ichor. Burst right out of the mountain. We never saw the creature, but the man watching our horses reported something vaguely bat-shaped. We have no idea what it was, but it killed the Cerberus, and the one we fought was some sort of reincarnation that was honestly quite mad. The Fort Keeper said the new one was a recent development.
Do you have any of that, ichor with you?
I fear I did some, yes.
Did you? Can I see it, girl?
So I reveal the ichor in a small vial, still wrapped on a piece of dead flesh.
Takes it from you. It's been a long time since I've seen something like this. I've only seen it once.
So then, do you know what it is?
Whatever it is she dreamed up. The blood of a Nyxborn. Though strange that it appeared where Cerberus was. Unless she intended for it to. You all did not see it. You said it looked vaguely bat-like.
That's what I reported.
Our attendant.
This ichor is... as my wife would have put it, a sign of Lutheria's madness.
Kill one of her own creatures.
I do not know what her motivation was, but I do know that is what this is born of. He makes things, horrible amalgamations, strange monstrosities. But it is said, amongst those of us who really know, when she dreams, sometimes things are born. Sometimes things no one really understands.
I see.
A truly dangerous creature. I am glad it did not run into you. For I'm sure if it killed the Cerberus, it would have done far worse to you.
Yes. Apparently it was rather close. It left the mountain after we entered. Probably while we were in Strax's lair.
Definitely a blessing then.
The other interesting part of our adventure was entering the lair of Cristrax and encountering the consciousness he left behind.
Persistent and stubborn to the end, I suppose.
Children to watch over. Or a child.
Do you have it with you?
The egg.
What was that?
Sam has the egg. Cristrax wanted him to take it to his father.
Makes sense. Cristrax and Python were always close. Nothing else to worry about, though. It sounds like you fought this mad reincarnation of a Cerberus.
The Forge Keeper came to help us. It was not as difficult a battle as we expected, I think. However, the creature was rather fixated on Nyx, and so she was the one that felt most of its wrath.
An unfortunate girl.
Yes. There was a statue there in the forge of you that spoke to us.
A bit of a gift and a joke from Mitras.
Confused. Didn't seem to realize how much time had passed.
That makes sense. The forges have been quiet for quite some time. That spitting visage, if you will, is only really awake when the forges are lit. Quite the handy partner, though.
Yes, he was already started on clearing out and helping the Forge Keeper restore the forge.
Good. I'm getting things packed up here. I'm going to take a few of these Keladons with me as well. It reminds me, where you said Themis was up at the palace.
Sam, Nyx, and Kira went up to meet with Pythor, and I do believe that Themos and Nyx should be back on their way to meet us here now.
I'll save that until they get here then. I am curious now that the forges are lit. There are many a tool, weapon, something to keep you safe that I have made for Dragon Lords in the past. And though you are not, so with a lot of you, Dragon Lords, at least not yet, I'm eager to get to work. So, what, if anything, do your hearts, your warrior spirits desire?
What exactly are you offering?
There are many old treasures and relics to be found all throughout Thylea, whether it be on an old battlefield or an ancient Geigen ruin. As I understand it, you're even to go to the necropolis, retrieve the old armaments and treasures of Xander himself. Good luck with that. But what may work for someone as blessed as he sort of looks at you, Inferior, and then looks at your hip. What may work for Farika may not work for Inferior. May guide the hands of Xander, well, may leave Bartholomeos wanting. I am talented enough to try to make what it is you desire. Since you do not have the time or the energy to burn on such crafting measures.
Well, I'm not attached to my chakram, but I wouldn't complain if they were improved. Their range is rather limited and their cut not so deep. Any creatures we encounter with any kind of resistance to non-magical weapons find my chakrams no more than an annoyance. My weapons are simple bronze.
That they are. A simple enough task to make something strike true and be guided by blessed metals. I should be able to scavenge some mithril from the mines themselves. Let me see.
Truly good gift.
Hmm?
That would be a true gift.
I'm looking at my axe too. It's like it served me well, but the blade does grow dull now. Perhaps there's something you can do to help it. I too find myself not having the best of times when I'm up against something that is resistance to my normal physical attacks.
A simple magical weapon. These are easy tasks. Though I'm not sure that they will reach you quite quickly. I'll do that. That makes sense. Okay, good. He sort of seems to take out what looks like now just this small bit of stone. It seems to be perfectly cut and black in color, and he seems to just sort of move his finger across it. And you can hear what sounds like the soft etching of stone being driven out of it, like it's being carved into by his fingertip. Is that all you simply want? Magic to guide your hand, to strike true against the foes that Lutherian Sidon send against you.
Well, I am hesitant to ask, but I worry for Ivis. I've already had to repair him once. I don't know if there's anything you might be able to do. Perhaps make him more sturdy.
I could certainly see about improving him, though I would need him for a time.
It'd be worth it, though, I guess. Separation.
Our journey takes us to the necropolis next. I very much expect that time will be required to prepare.
you will want to be prepared for that place. It should leave me with enough time to get Ivis. He sort of reaches a hand for him, assuming he's nearby.
He's kind of sitting on my shoulder.
Sort of reaches up and pets at his the top of his head before looking underneath his beak and at his neck. Beautiful creation. Ivis, I might be able to rely on the Forge Keeper for, though you may find him blessed by fire. Will that be a problem, Inferior?
I've been trying very hard to overcome my fear of fire. Yes, it would just be another hurdle on that journey.
You do not have to. You do not have to leap it if you wish. There is another way, but I would need something else.
I guess it depends on how difficult that something else is to obtain.
I see. All right. For him, if you can find me either the heart of something not truly from this place, a being connected to the elements, like the Forge Keeper, or something that is, well, sturdy, durable, regenerates itself, or finds itself quite hard to put down. I can work with that. Preferably not something of undeath, though.
No.
The mountains may have what you seek, though they are numerous. Trolls are a variation of the giants of old. The only real remnants of Sidon's old children.
Perhaps while we prepare, we could do a bit of a side quest to gain more experience, to gather materials for the weapons and arms that you are crafting for us in preparation for our trip to the new Necropolis. I would have to speak with my companions.
If you follow your intuition and listen to the trees, they may lead you to a place that is full of natural life. If you were to take that, that would work as well, though it may pain you to do so. I do not know where you sit in regards to the circle.
Oh, the Circle of Druids?
Yeah, the circle of life.
Oh, the Circle of Life. Oh. Wait, are we referring to the like, prey-predator cycle I was talking about earlier?
He seems to be more or less referring to that, whether or not you would be willing to abscond into the forest and take life from it would also work. But it varies from person to person, especially those so in tune with nature, such as yourself.
I will have to think on it.
There's probably something I'll come back to you with, but I need to find out a bit more about it before I bother you with it.
I understand. It is an unusual circumstance you will find yourselves in. The actual god of the forge is offering to make whatever you need. It is...
It's overwhelming.
I understand. If you need time to think on it, time you have. You will have a way to reach me soon enough, and a way to make sure the things you find reach me as well. What of you, Mercury, Sophia?
Mercury was struck in the head and he could no longer speak, but I.
Actually, Sophia, I have a few ideas. I just scribbled them down here, Mr. Vulcan, sir. I think maybe you can find this workable, hopefully. Sort of takes the bit of paper. You couldn't wait, huh? Yeah, my visage seems to be well informed on what you need. That is true. For this, though, I assume you hope to fly with your wings while you do this. You will need, for this, no simple feathers will do. I'll need 4 feathers of the great southern birds. They're known in myth as the rock. You'll need to get them for me. That's the only way I'll be able to put this together. At least 4. What Mercury needs, he needs to acquire 4 rock feathers.
ROC?
ROC, baby.
Yep.
Oh boy, I'm excited.
Oh,
Alright.
boy.
I like Dwayne.
Rock.
That's gonna be
I'm ready. It's like,
2
wow,
years
what's a
later.
rock? Oh, it's like a bird. What do you mean? What do you mean like a bird? Oh, I mean like a very big bird. So like a falcon? No, I mean like
a very
you'll
big
know when you see
Very.
it. You'll know when you see a rock. Huh.
What of you, Sophia?
Require tools more than anything else. I don't really know where your specialty lies. I could ask for something simple or more complex, depending on what you're capable of. But arms and armor is not what I seek. Do you know of the changing of locations without something moving to being in 2 places at once?
Sort of scrunches up his face as Vulcan contemplates this.
If one was to have a
Assume-
safe or a vault of sorts that could be accessed from anywhere in the world, could you do such a thing?
There is no one that can master interdimensional spaces better than I. The Dragon's Tooth is the way that it is because of my blessing. Many a place, much the same.
That is what I seek then. In our journeys, we have come across beasts and strange things, riddled with magic power and secrets, biological or otherwise. I want to use them for our efforts, but very often we find ourselves far away, and very possible these things could spoil before being used. I need to be able to lock them away, or if possible, transport them to ones who can work with them as quickly as possible. I'm hoping for a safe here I can transport items to.
Your head is in the right place, Sophia. That is true. I was hoping to maybe give this to Theamos, but perhaps it would be better served in your hands. Sort of takes out a small little gemstone a black pearl that seems to be set in a single golden ring, the band of which seems to be a little thick. He hands it to you. Though I suppose it's more for all of you than just him, but I wanted to give him a nice ring. Yeah.
Interesting.
Call upon it.
As I slip it on my finger and try to focus my energy on it. What does it do?
His words seem to sort of resonate with you for a moment, to call upon it, and it doesn't really seem to like be that same sort of bond that you have now with the scepter or any other sort of magic in that nature. It almost seems to be almost like a beacon on your hand. And you hear once again the sort of shifting of gears and the change or the scrape of metal as slowly but surely, stepping out of the back, is a Caledon. Cavalonia, the Caledon, at your service. I had heard from Davos you found yourself moving such things, and I knew, with myself moving to the Forge, you all were going to be far and wide across the regions of Thylea.
You
Cavalonia.
heard from Davos, don't you?
There is little that can escape a crafter's eye in this city, at least mine. There's something he has for you that I think you'll find quite to your liking. You've given him some potent ingredients, Sophia. Something that he needed a bit more expertise on.
And I suppose this creation is half the picture.
Kefalonia. As you can see, Kefalonia just seems to sort of step forward, her arms in front of her, and she just seems to move them out of the way. And you can see just below her chest this sort of beautifully carved metal and marble mixture, and it just seems to sort of dissolve away and open up, and just looking at it, it's just black. Just infinite black. Whatever it is you need to bring to me or to anyone else, she can carry for you.
Wonderful. I'm glad that my request had already been fulfilled before I made it. This will be most useful.
Steps up. You can see these large. Let me see. Where are you at, Kefalonia? These large, like bronze and silvery wings on her back, the same sort of shape as a butterfly, seem to shimmer with obvious power. And she is quite quick of flight as well, even across vast distances. Certainly not instant, but that level of magic would require something quite potent.
Understood. Since my offer, or my request, is already answered, I have a second. Simple. Anyone should be able to solve, but still something I require. I need a carving knife. Like I said, a tool. One that does not bend, break, melt, or dull, even. If I'm to be collecting, I need something to collect with.
That is easy enough. The only thing that is required is the material. And I do not have adamantine here. Whatever's forged and left over in the mithril mines, well, I'm sure you're quite aware how adamantium works, Sophia. You seem well learned.
Expected such. I'll endeavor to obtain a mount for you.
Yes. So a carving knife? No magic weighed upon it, simply endurance?
If it could know what it cut by itself, all the better, but such thing is unfeasible, so be it.
And magic is not beyond my reach. Calling on the spirit of the hunt, imbuing a bit of natural magic is doable. You find yourself sharp-eyed and sharp-eared.
No. If I were to learn of such a thing, I would rely on my expertise, my knowledge of a creature, not the daftness of my hand or the keenness of my nose. It does not come natural to me, these things. I must learn them.
I see. It is certainly easier for me to bind the magic if I follow the ways that the magic wishes to be bound. This is easy. I will need no more than perhaps half a pound of adamantine in raw form, or if you happen to come across an ingot, that would be, well, lucky of you. And trophies. That which you wish to offer to the spirits of nature to guide your hand. Show that you are at least making an effort, and allow this natural magic to bind to it and guide your hand. Be easier than trying to teach you.
I'll see what I can do.
You need a quarter pound. I almost spelled that wrong. Wow. Of adamantine. And three trophies. Different natural beasts or monsters.
Cool beans.
He would specify one with a connection to the sky, one with a connection to the earth, and one with a connection to water.
Nice.
Beasts or monsters. Yeah. And it is at this moment that Nyx and Theamos would arrive.
Convenient.
Sorry for the delay.
Hi, Gramps.
Come. Give your grandfather a hug.
Let me put this down. I'll just put the egg down on a nearby table.
Clasping onto you and looking over at the egg on the table. And is this the new grandson I'm hearing so much about, or what is this exactly? An egg of Kristrax's, right?
Yes, the other two aren't able to make it. Still this one.
Well, in your hands, it's in good hands, I think. It seems to be brimming, full of life, too. Looks like it's ready to hatch any moment. Well, good. I was just talking with the rest of your comrades here about what it is they seek from the Mithril Forges. What it is I can get to work on. Have you any idea what you want?
Are you able to make this sword, I don't know, burn with holy vengeance and rid the world of sinners?
I did not realize you're so devout.
Neither did I.
Pretty enough blade, fine make. Not mine.
Found it at the forge. Might have been collected by someone else.
It might have been brought there. You simply want this to be a better conduit for your magic.
Either for my magic or after my encounter with Christians, I've been able to do strange things with my mind. If you could find a way to link my blade in my mind in that way, I don't know what I'm saying, honestly.
Kristrax was a strange one, a departure from most dragons. If you find yourself in tune with, well, whatever it is he was in tune with, is that what you want with this blade?
Sure.
To find yourself guarded by your instincts rather than your muscles.
More so both. I mean, my muscles are pretty amazing.
You have worked hard at them. Do not know if the mind and the body can cooperate like that for very long. It will be quite taxing. I can certainly see what can be done. To let you strike true, at least for a time, perhaps. Let your instincts guide your muscles. Strike without a thought, as he seems to sort of take the blade and flourish it out quite quickly with a bit of martial prowess of his own. Is that all you hope for?
Maybe make it pierce the mind rather than flesh?
That is a greater ask. If the blade was made, perhaps, of... there is still... If you needed to do that, I cannot use this as a base. As he hands it back to you. Metal will not carry that. I will need that of Kristrax. That which he is bound. That which I'm sure I can find within the forges themselves.
You're gonna take pieces of Chris Jackson's body? I'm not sure if I'm comfortable with that.
I do not know if his body would still be down there, but I assume his lair is it not?
Okay, so you don't need his, like, flesh, you just need stuff there. Okay.
Yeah. Don't find yourself to be so squeamish, Theamos. There are many a things in this world chocked full of potential. It is by my hammer and flame that potential is brought out in new ways.
I mean, it's not so much squeamish. I mean, I watched Sophia take things apart, but I don't know. I felt like I had a connection with Christians. It seems disrespectful, especially since I'm technically caring for his child.
I'll see what can be done. Though for this, I will need funds for this, Theamos. There are things I'll need to purchase, and tools I'll need to acquire and send my Celadons to fetch for me. This will be not an easy task.
You can put it on Pythor's tab.
That tab is soon to be your sister's. His wealth is sort of rolls his eyes. Limited.
It's fine. Alright, do you know how much? Or have an estimate?
I will need from you at least 4,000 drachmae, and if you can spare it, magic that has already been shaped. Something you do not need. Especially if it already affects the mind.
Don't think I have that. I mean, I have the spear, but it doesn't affect the mind.
I can make do with the drachmae alone, but it would certainly be faster if you had something like that.
Slowly turn to Nyx. Nyx. I thought about it, like, okay.
When you say it affects the mind, do you mean in terms of magically harming, or would an enhancement do?
An enhancement would become an enhancement. It seems that my grandson wishes to harm the mind. Something that charms or bewitches, leads astray, those would be simple enough.
Nyx, as he's explaining, Nyx is quietly taking the crown off her head and walking up to Vulcan to put it in his hands. That might suffice.
Well, I mean, if that just enhances and does the opposite of what I was asking, probably wouldn't work.
He sort of squints for a moment. You can see the monocle in his eye shift and sort of let off this soft blue light. No. This simply makes your mind sharper. It does not harm it. Keep your gifts, child. No, something... bloody... What all do you have if you want to try to do this right now?
The only magical thing I have on me is the spear, as I hold handily. It's a family
Javelin?
That's right. Yeah, javelin, that's spear.
This carries the magic of the storm. It could help, but... You want this blade to bring the storm's wrath, that would be very helpful. If you wish to inflict pain upon the mind, it will not. So he hands it back to you.
I mean, bring the storm's wrath seems really cool. I mean, if you could do that, I'll do that.
All right, then. I'll take the javelin back.
And I guess since it's different from affecting the mind directly, you still use the sword.
Yeah. I can use that as a base. You want it exactly like this, as it is now.
Like the shape or the ability?
The shape.
Yeah, I'll keep it as a long sword.
All right. I'll see what I can do to make it strike true and carry the mind to the storm with it. Though this thing's potential seems a bit limited, but certainly useful. I would say if you can also find for me either wood or stone marred by lightning, that would aid me as well.
Alright, that's playing mostly off for me.
Right, so I have you down. So all he needs to get this done for you is the actually, since it's this, it's gonna should be a little bit less. So he just needs 2,500 drachmi, and he can get it done at a reasonable pace and a reasonable power. If you can find him wood or stone scarred by lightning, something that seems to, especially if it still has lightning in it, it can be much more powerful.
So you're just doing a stormy weapon? It's not a mind weapon anymore?
Seems like it.
I might have had something, but I can't remember exactly what happened. And also, it happened to Mercury.
What about you, Nix? You seem to find yourself in quite a number of unfortunate situations. You need a good luck charm, my child.
Something of that nature, I suppose. It seems from your conversation with Theomos, the base of which you are to create an item matters most, but as Nyx walks forward, she pulls out this spearhead with a broken bit of handle at the end of it. It's been wrapped in leather so it wouldn't puncture anything. This was my mom's. She was regarded as a great warrior on the islands along the Cerulean Gulf. I often fight with a magical spear that I conjure with my magic. I want a physical one to do something similarly. To fly and attack my foes from a great distance. I didn't know her for very long, but we used to spar together. And in a way, it would be wonderful to strike down Thylea with the very blade of the woman she took away from this world.
You see him sort of looking at you at first with this sort of like comedic softness, like one would like a, you know, like a happy-go-lucky uncle or dad. And as you sort of go through your tale, you can see his eyes soften, not really like misting up or reddening, but just now looking at you with a warmth. You need us guided by your fever for prayer, do you not? Or is it guided by your own hand, child?
I believe I'd want it guided by my hand. My connection to it is beyond that of my faith.
All right.
As I hand him the spearhead. What would you need
Takes
for
it.
it?
I could use another magical spear for something like this. If it is only relying on your own strength or your own quickness of foot, it is certainly easier.
Very well, I'll keep an eye out, see what it is I can do.
This will require something to guide it, though. So he hands you back the spearhead. Keep this. You can see now on it just the slight sort of change on the very tip of it. Just a single sigil etched into it, seemingly only by his touch. This small anvil wreathed in flame. Hold on to this. And plunge it into the heart of a spirit. Bind its will and essence to the metal. If you want this spear to truly be yours and truly be bound to you and work in tandem with you, you will need to do that. You are heading to the necropolis. You will find many a malign spirit there. Many who will need you, especially, Nyx, to put them to rest. But perhaps even some who may willingly pass on into the next life, if only to be freed from what torments them there. I have faith that that will be better than it being guided by your own hands. Trust in me, child.
Thank you. She tucks it in a little holster on her side.
We'll need some oils and unguents from the temple. I do not want to use my position. People need these things. Yep.
Which temple?
I'll also need 1,000 drachmae, Nyx. Make sure the people of Mitros can still be aided. The cycle can continue. As Nyx, you would be especially familiar with the way things work in Mitros. You would be familiar with the blessings of Valis and the teachings of medicine in that city. The provisions provided by the Temple of the Five, often at little to no cost to its people, but it is supplemented by those who have more than they need. And this cycle benefits everyone. It is something that Vulcan seems hesitant to break, even if he is the god of the Forge.
Understood.
1,000 drachmae and a spirit bound spearhead, which you have the spearhead for. Just to reiterate for Impheria, looking for the either life or protection for Ivis, and perhaps more power, just overall trying to improve your bestest boy. Vulcan basically said you need either the heart of an elemental, the stronger the better, or a source of natural life. Something like truly natural, truly like druidic and imbued with life magic. It cannot be simply a beast. It is something like the woodwoads that you came across. And that is why he was hesitant of that would work, but he does not know where you sit on such ethics.
I see.
Bind it to the elements, you can bind it to nature, or if you can find something else, he may be able to work with it. If you can bind it to basically any source of life that is otherworldly.
Or I can just give up and say it's fine if he's fiery and the Forge Keeper can do it.
Yeah, more or less. It'll definitely be more potent if you can if you even if you did fire and came across, I don't know, perhaps a fire elemental, if you were to use the life of a fire elemental, it would definitely be more potent than the Forge Keeper imbuing a bit of her life into it because she doesn't want to die, obviously.
Okay. Okay.
That's certainly the easy way is the Forge Keeper. Sophia's good, Mercury's good, Nyx is good. Bartholomeus, you're thinking?
Yeah, because like what I want to do, I don't know if I can. I don't know if it'll be allowed.
Do it, Kishi. You fucking do it.
Just
All
ask
right.
for it.
So like
Just
my
talk to Vulcan. Yeah.
my
You gotta, say,
cat.
you gotta say it in character though. And you gotta be
Something
all
that
like,
may not be able
Yeah.
to be.
My All right. All right. Let me compose myself here. Well, Vulcan, there is. I once heard a tale of someone who went to my village and fought one of my brothers, and this particular story stuck with me because a lot of people there felt he fought unfairly. But when I heard it, I felt differently. You see, the two of them were in combat, and I believe my brother was using a large mace, and this individual was using what looked like a simple staff, and he was able to counter my brother, besting him at the very end by what looked like magic. But everyone that was watching the battle was sure that this individual did not possess any magical means. From their account, when my brother went to take his final strike over the head of this individual, he put his staff up into the air. It remained there, blocked the attack, and the individual grabbed my brother and disarmed him. While that was going on, it seemed like his staff never even moved. It just stayed floating in the air. I've never seen something like this. No one in my village has ever seen anything like this. But I thought, if someone, and I would imagine if anyone could, it would be you, have this kind of a staff or stick or whatever it was, perhaps have the head of an axe put on top of it. Or maybe one of these, I take out one of my javelins, maybe one of these spears, the body was made of one of these. I could find it quite useful in combat.
Such an enchantment has been done by me before, Myrmidon. For the Myrmidons. Just sort of scrunch his face together in thought.
But what I need to do?
What was that?
What would I need to get you?
An axe head upon it. It is an interesting mixture of things. Do you simply wish for it to be unmoving, unmovable, like the banners of old?
From what they told me, apparently he then, after the battle was won, he just walked over to the staff, grabbed it, and it went along with him, as if he can control it at his will. I think they mentioned that it might have been decorated at the head and hilt with a horse of some kind.
I would need what I needed then when I made such a thing.
Babies.
A
Hundreds
metal,
of babies.
a strange metal,
Griffin babies, actually.
only found from the sky, which falls to the earth. Known as star metal, it is rare for obvious reasons. I would see if you can find such a thing. Perhaps it is more likely you'll come across it in your travels. It is to go looking for something to fall from the sky. Without that, you're simply using mithril or adamantine. It is a strange magic. It would take a great deal of time with lesser metals.
I understand.
I do not know what treasures Xander took in his, final resting place. But if you hope to find star metal already forged, it probably is your best bet, I would think. His relationship with the Myrmidons was quite close. Would not be surprised if he had something of theirs with him. But if his tomb lays empty of what it is you need, then either star metal, a simple 3 or so pounds of it, or about 10 pounds of adamantine, and a lot of time.
Very well.
I don't know why you were so hesitant about that, you big baby.
Because, one of the things I would ask during the construction would be, I'd want to hide the activation button. I don't want it to be easily visible. And it's turning a regular staff and a regular axe into what is, a pretty strong magical item when you start getting creative with it.
Know what it is you want, and you'll either need 3 pounds of star metal or 10 pounds of adamantine. Though Vulcan does advise to perhaps keep your eyes peeled in your travels as well. Across what it is you need.
So just the 3 pounds of star metal or the 10 of adamantine? Nothing else?
Yeah, nothing else for that. He doesn't even need drachmae for it. There's no outside resources he needs for it. Just lots of magic from him. What of you, Atreus? There are sure to be plenty of arms and armor on your journey, and you seem to have a wealth already. Perhaps something
Atreus's
else.
internet borked out, so
Now I'm back.
Peter is.
If
Oh,
you
you're
could make
back?
something that the world starts
Yeah.
moving correctly again.
Yeah. I heard the call. Thank you, Vulcan. Atreus shrugs. I do enjoy the half-plate. The protection has something to be desired, but I do enjoy the mobility. And I found another spear. Actually, how many weapons do I have? 'Cause he like also pulls out the trident, and then the Zephos, and he just like looks at his shield. I think I'm fine.
How many of those
Yes.
good enough to take down a dragon for you?
Well, the Oracle made it sound like that's not something we'll be fighting anytime soon. I think there's one that's going to be at the necropolis.
I don't think even the Oracle knows when it is we may come across a creature. I mean, we did see one flying in the sky on our way to the forge.
Really?
Oh yeah, I forgot to mention that.
Yes, we had just headed out. If I had to guess, I think it might have sided with Sidon. We were attacked by an army of centaurs shortly thereafter.
With silver scales, but flew colors of Sidon.
And a rider.
That is.
Did it have rider?
Yelled
Give
at
me a
us.
history check.
That
All
was
of
the
us?
dragon that yelled at us.
Yeah, I
Fine.
thought the dragon itself yelled at us.
I thought it was a dude wearing a blue cape. Where's my character sheet? History check. Ugh. Oh, I have to remember to take the
Blurp.
history check. There's history. There's history.
Brendan, you would know you're a dum-dum.
Yes, Brendan, you would know that you're a dum-dum along with Inferior. No, it was certainly a lot to take in at the moment. It, to your memory, seemed to be a silver dragon with a rider, both of whom were wearing capes, and the voice you heard was from the dragon.
Oh.
Dun, dun, dun.
But it did seem to have a rider on it.
I was right about having a rider.
You fight
If
in
we're
a
that
very... Oh, yes.
concerned about fighting a dragon, I suppose I would have to eschew mobility as he just brings his arms forward and back, accenting that. All the half-plate is really is just a breastplate, a helmet, some greaves, and forearm armor. I forgot what it's called. Gauntlets, I guess.
Greaves? No, that's shins.
No, greens is shivs. I think they're just called gauntlets, but without the hand part. What's forearm armor called? Yeah, you guys know.
Bracers.
Greens for arms.
Greaves for
Bracers?
arms.
Bracers.
Yeah, bracers. Yeah. Alright, yeah. That's really all half plate is. It's a half plate. So I
You
suppose I
simply
would need
wish
some
for some heavier armor.
Church just nods. If we think we're going to be fighting the dragon.
I think it's a possibility that will come soon enough. Perhaps not soon, but it does sound like Vulcan's going to require some time to craft these items, as well as the materials it will take for us to gather them.
Indeed. I can certainly see about getting you some heavier armor. But perhaps cutting on the weight. I might be able to use a bit of mithril to help keep up your mobility a bit.
Suppose a full plate. Anything that covers exposed flesh. Even if it is armor. Or breath versus armor. At least there's some measure of protection. It's having
Copper.
bare flesh.
Best
Yes.
pupper.
He is good pupper. Oh.
Okay. I can see what I can do there. You fight in a traditional way, as the hoplites of old and the hoplites of today. I'm sure you'll find yourself more than well enough equipped in pointy sticks and round metal discs to keep you safe.
Worked so far.
But good armor can be hard to come across. I will see what I can do. If you find anything better than mithril, feel free to send it my way. I'll leave you a bit of time to find something for yourself. If you simply wish to change to a simple, more heavier suit of armor, you can help yourself to what remains in my shop. None of it magical, but some of it certainly sturdier.
Trish is not. Thank you.
Yes, basically, with that, he would call over Theamos and hand you a ring, Theamos. Though this time much, much larger than one goes in your hand. Seems to be about the size of like a fist and a half or so, and it seems to have multiple keys on it.
Oh.
I'm going to be quite busy, grandson. Do you mind looking after the place?
For how long? I don't know how long we're going to be here.
No one's going to bust into the workshop of the God of the Forge. Just make sure to, lock things up just for old time's sake.
All right.
Helps me.
Oh, weird.
sleep
I
at
found
night.
this whole set of adamantite here. Looks like it's about 10 pounds.
Oh my god. And if you need any basic arms and armor, you should find a fair amount in there as well you can help yourself with. Just yourselves, don't go away giving my craftsmanship away, though. Even the apprentices' works, alright?
On my own.
Good. As Reyes is looking for some heavier, full plate. All he's asking for is from you any higher quality metals you find. Anything durable or regenerative. And yeah, basically anything else that interests you.
Nice. Alright,
Kind of an
material hunting. Here we go.
all-purpose kind of blender item. And in the meantime, since you have access to Vulcan's workshop now, anything from yeah, if you look in the rules and reference guide, anything under the extra weapons and armor, anything in those categories, including dwarven plate at 2,000 drachmi, anything in there you guys have access to for yourselves, though not for like salvaging and stealing and selling. You tricksy bitch, you, Sophia.
That's Sophia.
Everyone stares at Sophia.
Entire class looks
Borrowing.
back at Sophia.
Borrowing.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
As everyone,
Investing.
like... Vulcan's like... Yes, as long as you're not selling it, and then the entire class looks at Sophia. Just like turns.
This man's whipping out the whole
You
box
have
of Cinnabons.
Cinnabon?
Maybe.
Cinnabon.
He can come home and he can bitch and moan about how all his things are missing, and I can yell, "Save the world!"
No, you can't. That's me telling you. You can't do that, so stop it, you big bully.
Illegal.
Wait, so the you said it's under the rules and reference guide under extra weapons and armor options?
Yep. The document that says
Is
weapons
it-
and armor.
Okay.
Can I have multiple daggers?
Yeah, anything in there you have access to. So just like if you want to fucking go through and find something for yourself, you can just add it to your character sheet and you have it now. Switch out your armor, you want to change out your weapons. It's just all non-magical, all made by him or various dwarven apprentices. Perfectly fine make, but it's just like, hey, here you go. Here's a perk of being you guys. You guys just have access to an armory, basically.
Cool.
Yay! Level
I can
6.
get a couple of daggers.
Finally. Alright. I take all of these? Can I carry weight again? I'm pretty sure. Back.
Yeah, I know, right? That's the only thing.
Behold, I am the fighter. I'm proficient in all weapons. And when I mean all the weapons, I mean like I just pick
weapons.
one. I just pick a weapon. I just stab you with it. I just pick a new weapon.
Bigger.
Bronze mace. Actually, sounds pretty cool. Still a mace, but
Are any of these weapons like items that I could find to drag into my character sheet, or do I have to build?
They might be in the compendium actually. Check. Yeah, if you go to the temple looking one, the compendium packs, and you go to Arcadian items, you should be able to find them in there. Bronze dagger, bronze cuirass, bronze mace, etc., etc. Arcadian items.
Cinnamon rolls.
Cinnamon roll.
I hate you, Brendan.
No, go get your cinnamon rolls. You have to go get cinnamon rolls now.
Mail us some Cinnabon.
All right. So
Ordered it from Pizza Hut.
Vulcan takes this sort of small slab, and as you seem to sort of tuck it away, Inferior, with your sharp eyes and your convenient positioning, you see like line after line after line of tiny, like almost minuscule writing on this very small black stone, as he seems to have a record of what it is you all need. And so you just sort of look, it just catches you catching him putting it away. He sort of turns to you. Appreciate your kindness, Inferior. You were pleasant when I first met you. I find things... Sort of hesitates for a moment. Easier when I write them down.
I can understand that.
Now, he seems to sort of step back away from you, and you can see all of a sudden, like almost out of nowhere, they have a weird way of disappearing into the background when they're not moving. The Keladons move once more, each of them seeming to be bearing bundles and bundles of equipment and gear, and some of them a few weapons. And one of them seems to come up behind Vulcan and just slot this very large, almost kind of comically tall traveling bag on him. Another one seems to hand him a long sort of walking stick, and you can see him just sort of looking out at a lot of you. Unless there's anything else, I have a bit of a journey to go on. Heading west. Hopefully I won't run into any dragons.
Are you going by yourself?
I'll be fine, Theamos. And no, I'll be taking them with me as well. Oh, except for, Kefalonia. I am Kefalonia, yes. Kefalonia, Theamos. Theamos, Kefalonia. That's for you, grandson. She will bring the things you need to get to me. Or to whoever else you might need to take them to, though you'll need to give her decent directions if she doesn't already know them. As she says that, looking at you, Sophia.
Understood.
Be safe.
I'll
Goodbye.
be fine. It's not the first journey I've gone on, and certainly won't be the last. I miss those old misty mountains. As he steps out of this workshop, and you can see him stepping almost quite quickly, like he's just hasty to get out of town, get on a journey again, walking stick at his side, each step taking him further and further from the workshop and further from you all, as following quickly behind him are 2, 4, 6, 8 Caledons, each with their beautiful wings, each laden either with gear or a simple spear at their sides, following after him, as Vulcan seems to make his exit. Blitzen and Dasher and all the other ones. In short order, he seems to be out of the city.
I must figure out what our plan is going forward. Final destination, obviously, the Acropolis, but are you all seeking to work on these projects beforehand or not?
I think that it would perhaps be wise to have these weapons when we approach the necropolis.
I agree.
Well, I can't even craft mine until we go in there. That is where my supply is.
It seems I'm waiting for us to come across some of this stuff. So
However, those of us that can obtain the items we need before going to the necropolis probably should. The better equipped we are, the better chance we have at survival.
Agree. Just how the ones that cannot work on their own projects assist those that can.
So is there a specific direction it is we are supposed to be going to acquire these materials then?
Well, if I need to get stone or wood struck by lightning, there is currently a storm in Mitros.
True.
True enough.
Storms tend to attract. Well, actually, that's an arbitrary statement that I cannot make. Do storms attract
Give
elementals?
me a very hard nature check.
Nature.
I'm gonna give her. Well, I mean, that's what I'm try. I didn't say it, so never mind.
22 is getting over the line. You are rather well traveled when it comes to especially the forest and the disasters that take place in them at times, whether it be natural or unnatural in some cases. There are strange elemental storms in the world, perhaps something that you have come across in your far and wide travels, especially through the forests. A natural storm, a truly natural one, it would be an extreme oddity to have an elemental crop up out of. But, well, this one has been hanging over Mitros for quite some time. Your gut tells you it's certainly possible.
Well, perhaps my task can be completed in Mitros as well. That storm isn't exactly natural.
No, it's not actually. This isn't information that has been shared with us quite yet, but I'm sure Kira will fill us in. But she seems to think this storm may be due to one of the sons of Sidon himself.
Sons? I didn't know he had sons.
Quite an action, if performed by Sidon, would go against the Oath of Peace. It seems his son is acting on his own and going against his father.
Interesting.
So, no, this is not going to be a natural storm, and furthermore, it's not something sounds like she has much faith in us being able to handle on our own. We might be getting some assistance, but in the intricacies of how that is going to coordinate with the Oath of Peace itself, I'm not certain yet.
How many days has this storm been going on?
I've heard rumors now since we entered Astoria. How long ago was that, y'all?
I would imagine their crops are
We've been
taking
here for
quite a beating.
almost a month now, I think.
No, really?
About the 2nd to the 28th.
So then the storm has been going on for nearly a month at least.
Well, they're going to meet us at the inn, so maybe we can ask them about the storm and say we can handle it.
We should ask them about the storm, but do not make it known that we already know some information about it. I cannot say this information was given to me directly. Nor can I say they intended on me having quite as much as I do.
I mean, what is practically? You get mad?
Perhaps.
It's okay. It's okay. I got this.
It's more so about the trust. It's probably a little sacrilegious, me, a worshipper of the Five, to be eavesdropping on their conversations as if they were commoners.
Oh, just change your title from a worshiper of 5 to a worshiper of 4. You don't need to worship my. You don't need to worship my sword.
It's his trust, and it is Kira's trust as well. She's the one that pulled him aside in private. So I assume it's not something that she wanted to tell us in our entirety. And more so, I'm curious to see exactly what it is she'd want us to know about the situation. If I feel she's holding back some information, I'll fill you all in on the rest.
Oh, well. Are we in agreement then, and we find out about this storm, and very possibly we head to Mitros?
Yeah.
I nod.
If it seems something that we can't handle, maybe we would just have to do the Acropolis then.
Yes. We'll hear what she has to say. But I am also in favor of going to Mitros.
Oh, well. I'll try to make preparations as quickly as I can. I still may need a day or two.
That is all right by me. I do not mind resting before the next leg of our journey.
Yes, and it will give me time to put down a path through the mountains and see if we can find some safe places to rest as this storm rages on.
All right. Now, it's getting to be about that time. So, what I am thinking is that we will convene this wonderful bit of role-playing you all have done. I'm very proud of you all. You all did great this session. All of you. Like, there's some bombastic role-playing from all of you. And I think we might come back next Sunday in the Dragon's Tooth and have whatever RP conversation we want to have as a group with the gods and whoever else may be joining, and then perhaps go through what it is you all are going to do to prepare for whatever it is you're going to do next, and then hit the road, it sounds like, if I'm misinterpreting anything there. I mean,
Sure.
but I'm thinking perhaps by the end of the next session, you guys will be hitting the road going to your destination.
Yar.
Yeah.
Okay.
We might want to cheat at a game, though.
Yeah, I know,
And,
but you know,
talk about what the conversation is before we actually have it.
that's the classic. I can't keep you guys from texting each other or whatever, or messaging and talking about things, so we can have a good deal of what we're coming into for the Dragon's Tooth conversation. Plus, you know, you got to hear what it is Kyra and Pythor think and all that other good stuff. And you got to check in perhaps with your man Davos. He might have some things for you in terms of things he's been working on.
Yeah.
All right, cool. So then, with the Oracle's chosen, seemingly quite well informed thanks to the astute and well thought wisdom of their prophecy cleric, getting them a little inside information, they are going to be lying in wait, it almost seems, for the goddess of music to see what it is she volunteers. It'll be interesting to figure out her motives, perhaps for withholding information. Why is she doing such a thing? What will she tell them, and what will they decide to do next? Their options lay before them, perhaps even ones they do not see. But all of that and more will have to be discovered and told next week. Next Sunday, right here on Lionhead Gaming, in more Heroes of Thylea at 5 p.m. Eastern. It has been an absolute blast running this session for you all. I hope you all had fun. I know there was some little heated back and forth. You guys are adorable. I love all of you. I really do. And some hopefully fun combat and some wailing on some griffins. Good times had by all. And some interesting projects that you all have commissioned to the God of the Forges. Things he needs to work on. Some of you having little bills you may need to foot in addition to fetching some interesting items, and perhaps maybe some inventories for you all to go through. Be aware of what truly is in your supply, and keep your eyes peeled for what it is you're looking for. If you need me to give you what it is he told you, I can do that, but yeah, it's on you to make sure to remember these things going forward, and to maybe seek them out if you need to. With that, I do want to remind you that there's always more D&D on Lionhead Gaming. Coming up now, this upcoming Tuesday, we have more apropos tension in the Feywild with a very interesting realm, one that is decidedly, let's go with classist, with the tieflings in charge and the others very much not. A very interesting situation and information to be gathered on this final portal, this final little adventure off east in another realm for the Apex Alliance. How things will shake out, whether or not they will let sleeping dogs lie, and what the future holds. These things and more, I'm sure, are to come up in this upcoming Tuesday's adventure at 7:30 p.m. Eastern. Oh my fucking god, brother. And this upcoming Thursday, we return to Song of Rapture after a beautifully executed stealth mission on the behalf of, oh my goodness gracious, Swift Hollow and the wonderful monkey man whose voice I can do, but name I cannot remember.
Tamarkan!
Tamarkan! Oh, the best boy. I love him so much. I really do. He is great, along with Swift Hollow, going through the guild hall of the Valiant Vanguard, eliminating the guards that had taken it hostage, taken guards and some of the kobolds of the Valiant Vanguard hostage, taken the guild hall from them and barricaded it up. They did an excellent job. You'll definitely want to watch last week's episode on the VOD or on YouTube. It was beautiful. In addition to that, the rest of the party, those of us who needed to keep up appearances and appease Mordred Kane, the one that delivered their little kidnapping note, kept him appeased and conversing, talking about what it is he needed from the Vanguard, what his plans were, why he was doing all of this. We caught him monologuing, and in a brilliant stroke, if I do say so myself, since I'm the only one that'll say it, Samantha rescued Jody out of the Valiant Vanguard Guildhall in a flourish. Now things are going to get into the midst of pitched combat, and so you will not want to miss out on how this little micro arc resolves itself, what the end game for Mordred Kane ends up being, and what will happen to the Hell's Hydras at large. Now this seems to be a much larger plot than one spurned man. There is a lot to uncover, I think. and I'm looking forward to it. So I hope you are as well. So don't miss out this Thursday, 7:30 p.m. Eastern, right here on Lionhead Gaming. And then we return for a bit of planning, a bit of plotting, and a bit of travel, I guess, as well, this Sunday. All right. With that, I leave you with my parting words. As always, may your dice roll 20s, and you always make your saves.
Bye-bye.
Later.
Bye!
Wash your hands, it's not over.